I don't know why I always mess up with getting top of my camera in there. Shout out to everybody coming into the chat room, man. Yes. Let me figure this out. It's always funny when the camera. Let me see if my camera starts to act funny, guys. Let me know in the chat room. But for the most part, let's just go ahead and get the party started. Your boy's down today. Down for the day so far. Uh, actually started out like a lot worse. Started out a lot worse, and have kind of improved my situation here as the market has somewhat bounced. Shout out to everybody coming into the room, man. You know your boys on that CPT time, man. You know, black folks, man, if you ain't paying us to be there early, we ain't gonna be there early. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody coming into the chat room, man. Shit. But we watching the markets, man, and somebody was in the chat room yesterday and called it on AMC and GameStop. And I saw that comment. I don't know who it was by, but they mentioned how AMC and GameStop were probably going to be down today, and sure enough, it followed through. Very impressive day yesterday for both of those stocks, but you know, man, people are greedy. You know what I'm saying? People are greedy. You know what I'm saying? People are greedy, and they taking profit. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, EBAN, Wall Street Beef. Appreciate you, brother. Shakina's Touch TV, as people slowly make their way in here. Um, so I try to figure out how to get off this shadow ban, I think. But other than that, of course, you guys know it's a call-in show, but I know people don't call it except the white supremacists. But Island time, Eban, are you in the Caribbean right now? What you saying that? Okay, let's take a look and see what's going on here. Again, another snooze day for the market. I mean, look, I was saying that possibly, we're looking at being within, up or down 200 points for the next 24 months. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but that's what it's looking like, man. That's what it's looking like. Because I'm trying to figure out excitement level, where does the excitement level come from when it comes to the market? And I just don't see it, man. I don't know. There's really nothing to get excited about. We had a brother come into the chat room yesterday and he said he had went and bought the 5,000 the 5,000 call, I believe for SPX or SPY 500, one of those products. But I'm trying to figure out like how do we even get to 4,600 or 4,500? Hell, 4,300 when we can't even maintain 42. And it's going on now 3 months. What's going on, Three Hooks? I don't know, Kova. I don't think I actually am. I think it's just because I've been inconsistent with my channel, with my streaming and posting. So that just might be it. And possibly my tags are probably really weak. That I think you guys can't see on your end unless you had TubeBuddy or something like that where you can be able to see my tags and stuff like that. I don't believe I am because when I post a video about like a penny stock, you can go look at like my recent videos. If it's about a penny stock, which is what I bought, which I kind of built my channel on, then I get a shitload of views. But if it's like the SPY or Tesla or something like that, then but I'm trying so hard to get out of that kind of like degenerate gambler space, which is the penny stock area where you just have these people who are like, you know, just, you know, are willing to lose thousands and thousands of dollars, to just, win one time. Really trying hard to get out of that space, you know. So what's great about using spreads down day, but I'm not getting killed so bad. But they definitely are putting some pressure on my puts or the put side of my on my trade. The sell in May and go away is looking real. I mean we're in June now. We're in June now and it's still looking ugly. We're in June now. It's still looking ugly. But it started early. It started early back on, April 21st, 25th, around there. So it started early. Let's see if it's going to end late. It started early. Maybe it's going to end late. But, I'd love to be in some green today, but unfortunately, it's not happening for me. And that's okay. That's okay. You're not going to be in the green every single day, and you can't get emotional about it. It is what it is. I could possibly be red for the next 3, 4 days, maybe next week. But again, as long as I, you know, stay in the position, that's the key trick, is not letting the market trick you out of your position, particularly if you're in the spread, because it's that churning, getting in a position, getting out, getting in, getting out. For a lot of traders, that's where they mess up, is the getting in and getting out and the churning of the account between, and you losing $3 here, $4 here between your current losses, the bid and the ask spread once you're going into these trades, because you're unwilling to hold a trade until, the actual point of, you know, what success looks like for you, whatever that is. You know, you learn it, especially if you have a course, if you're trying to teach people, you'll learn people won't even, they'll get what you're teaching, but they won't actually hold the position until, the the method works. Like they'll just like, oh, you know, I'm down $60, and then they'll close the trade. I was like, well, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You want to make, $10,000 a month, but you're overreacting because you're down $75 or $100 or whatever. You're not ready to make 10 grand a month. You're not even close, because once you get into those, you start getting an account that can generate those kind of gains. Well, guess what? Some days you wake up down $2,600 and you got to sit there and let it marinate, and let it marinate. So you're only in AMC 3 shares, nothing crazy. Yeah, let's see what happens. Shout out to you, the Dan. That's what happens. You don't always need to be in it heavy, man. Whatever works for you. Those days for me are gone when you felt like you needed your whole account into every single trade, to make a decent return. Boy, the Qs is just disappointing. The Qs going on. When you look at, AMD's down today, that's kind of holding things back as well. But when you look at the Qs, we're going on now almost 6 months. Yeah, going on 6 months. You're literally, know, you're below the January 4th price. So yeah, 6 months, no money. You're below the January 4th price in the Qs. So yeah, that's 6 months, no real gain for that particular ETF, those groups of stocks. If we look at the index on the CBE, which is the NDX, I would see pretty much the same thing. Good track. That's the NASDAQ 100 CBOE product, NDX. Very similar to SPX, very large, very expensive product to trade. But definitely wouldn't suggest this as something to go into spreads with. Very expensive, but can be lucrative if you get it right, but getting it right is hard. What's going on, Black Buddha? Yeah, there's just nothing there. There's just nothing there right now, man. You know, you're saying tax rate, infrastructure, inflation. Yeah, there's just nothing there. We've pulled forward a lot of potential gains that all of this stimulus money would have generated, and you know, I think we're well valued as a market right now. And any higher, I think you're just starting to get into loony territory. You know what I'm saying? Because these companies were only going to be able to recover basically where they got to prior to COVID. And for many stocks, we are already 40 to 50% higher prior to COVID, right? So you look at some of the revenues of companies like a Live Nation, for example, right? Concert promotion company. Yeah, I mean when you know Bono hits the stage and Beyonce, yeah, everybody's going to want to see them. It's going to be a sellout crowd, you know, but that's going to be one quarter, maybe two. And then, you know, where do you get the gains necessary to maintain, you know, a $20 billion valuation, which by the way, if you Google, if you Google the entire value of the US concert industry, it's 17 billion. So Live Nation, as it stands right now, is worth more than the entire US concert industry right now. So, uh, you know, so unless Live Nation is going to be getting a dollar of every single concert ticket made in America, you got a problem there. You got a real problem there. You know, but again, nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about, oh, Sal, you're so bearish, blah, blah, blah. I'm just being real, you know, just being real. Like a lot of people got to be on AMC right now. They know it's not worth that much, you know, and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing today, 20 down, 27%. You think somebody didn't go in heavy yesterday? You think somebody didn't go in and hit the bid yesterday at $63 for 10,000 or for 5,000 shares or heck, 100 shares because that's all they had? And now they're looking at their account crying. XRP bags hodl to the moon. Hey, with crypto, you got to be patient. You know, with crypto, you got to be patient. You know, somebody mentioned crypto winter. I like that idea. You know, that saying. It's a crypto winter. And I showed you guys last year how these pullbacks last, you know, a year and a half, almost 2 years. Go back to 2017 and go back to that, no, to 20, what's that? Let me do that again. That initial 2017, right? That was a year and a half. Then you had January or June 19th top. Didn't really get the recovery until April of 20. So yeah, about a year, year and a half for each pullback. But so far, finding some legs here at 37, 38. But I've mentioned here on the channel that I'm definitely a buyer at 25, 26 if that happens. I am a buyer. OVE. What's the new Discord? I don't have a Discord. I don't have a Discord. I jump in everybody else's Discord. That Wall Street Bets Discord was the shit for a while. I don't know if you guys got a chance to get into the Wall Street Bets Discord, but man, I've never heard that many people on a live channel before. I mean, you'd have upwards of 100 to 200 to 300 guys who'd be on the live talking at the same time. That was crazy. Talking at the very same time. If you didn't get an opportunity to see that, you really missed out. I mentioned how when we talk about that previous or that first couple days of the initial sell-off back in March of 2020, we kind of could see it coming. And again, if you were someone who was following the news out of Asia, you were able to at least get abreast of it. And we ended up learning that some congressmen had been informed of what was going on and ended up selling a majority of their positions. Some of them even went short some stocks during that time. I don't know if you guys remember, but the media and Congress has pretty much swept that away, if you remember that. And they tried to do the whole let me see, is it let me see if I can get this to show. Let's see what I can do to get this to show. One second, guys. And nobody's talking about this right here, but I'm paying attention to it. This came out a couple days ago, and just like they said about COVID, China reports first human case of H1N3 bird flu. This came out on the 1st. Now they're saying this isn't particularly harmful to human beings, but I'm watching it because this is kind of what they said initially about COVID as well. So I'm watching what's going on with this particular if this is just going to be an isolated case or this is something that we're going to have to continually watch to be aware of that. Oh, appreciate you, Dia Moon. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I'm still having fun. I'm still enjoying this. Again, this is a journey for me. I know a lot of people are here and gone, but this is very much a journey for me. And I appreciate y'all being here because there's a lot of other places you guys can be. GME. Boy, I'm down 150 today. We're also learning a lot about the situation with Fauci. Remember, they tried to do a thing like, kind of like they did in Africa, where they said, a woman had sex with a gorilla, and that's how HIV came, instead of just being honest about the fact that it was created in a lab. And now the truth is coming out today. We see here Fauci finally admits that COVID may have come from a lab leak. Remember, he was saying the same thing that that the Chinese people were eating rats or eating bats. Remember that? They were saying that Chinese people who were, participating in eating bats were the cause initially of COVID-19. Now we come to find out that, it comes from a lab, and it comes from a lab that he may have been uh, possibly involved in financially or administratively. So slowly but surely the truth is coming out, folks. Slowly but surely, the truth is coming out. You know, they out here blaming on these animals, but come to find out, it's the wicked among us who are creating these diseases to cull the population, because that's really what they want to do. They just want to, kill off a couple billion of us. That's why you got to really pay attention to what Bill Gates is saying. He's talking about how this isn't going to be the first pandemic, and I believe him. I believe him 100%. This is not going to be the first pandemic. I think they are setting up for it. I just showed you guys another one, and I believe it's going to be much more deadly. If they can figure out how to bring back the bubonic plague, I believe they'll do it. I believe 100% they'll do it. They'd love to see a couple billion people just disappear and die. These people are satanic. They believe every human being is a detriment to the Earth's security and sustainability. You know, crazy stuff, man. Crazy, crazy stuff. And you have a situation where, the Chinese people are now implementing a three-child policy because they're fighting back against these, you know, fighting back against the globalists, the world banking elite. So they've just implemented that a couple of days ago. SPX finding some legs here. Oh man, they're putting some size on my puts now. Oh, absolutely, get money. That's the new way to go, brother. Absolutely. 90 days selling it to 60 because at 90 days you can one go out further, but you are in the situation where I'm in, kind of like that, where the initial 2 weeks you'll have to deal with the up and down. Obviously, mine's is size appropriate. So, if you were trading at a much larger amount, then your P&L would affect that volatility. But if you're doing this trade with the minimum, let's say $1,500, then that P&L would probably be somewhere at, you know, down 28, down $29 or something like that. Something, equivalent to the size of the actual trade, you know. But again, this is what I love about spreads is that even though you're in a down day, it doesn't affect you grossly. It doesn't affect you grossly. This is a $47,000 position and I'm down $300. It's all right. Now, if I'm down $300 every day for a month, I'm gonna be pissed off. But it doesn't work out that way most of the time. Yes, indeed. What you need help with? Help me 100. Eban, you said you quit that 9 to 5 4 years ago. That's what's up. What are you doing now for income? Because if you live in America, they force you to spend money every day on something. I visited a friend of mine who had did some I forgot what it's called, but when you can travel around the world and like work from anywhere. No, there's a term for it. It's off the top of my head, but he was in Jamaica, and you can live in these kind of countries where you don't spend any money for like a week, week and a half, 2 weeks. Don't spend no money, But you live in America, you got to spend money on something every day, almost every day. You got to spend $1 on something. God damn, who's slapping these 3,200 calls? Shit. Yes, definitely congratulations. Anybody who can get out of that hamster wheel, I'm a huge supporter. You know, some people have to do it with the pay cut. Some people are doing better than they were before. But I've always noticed that there's a peace of mind that comes along with people who do that. There's a great peace of mind to do that. But we might all be ending up, in that situation where you're just gonna have to live off your talents, because there's not going to be anyone who necessarily wants to kind of hire you like that, particularly when you're looking at some of these factory jobs. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Trying to keep this market entertaining for you guys, but this thing is snooze fest. Woo! I don't see anything. It's always good to see a crash, but nothing's really happening anywhere. AMZN, Amazon. Someone told me they need to do a forward split. I 100% agree with Amazon on that forward split. That one definitely has to find a way to get cheaper. I think that would help that out a lot. Yeah, NKLA is real, down 5% today, but definitely had been ripping for a while there. You look at NKLA, at least on the 10 minute here, you see a rip from the 21st. Again, let's move that to a 3 day. I'm sure we'll see a 60 RSI cross or an attempt at a 60 RSI cross. Let's see the hourly. Yeah, there we go. That 60 RSI cross back on May 26th and just rip from there. What was that? From 1295. Still working its way higher to those higher time frames though. Yeah, Amazon's been a dud. It's too expensive. It's too expensive. But I mean, you can't deny they're worth every single dollar they're trading for. This is a company that's giving people 1 day delivery, sometimes same day delivery, depending on where you live. They deserve it all, man. And now they're gonna start doing drones you know, and they got 60,000 employees who are willing to work like slaves. They deserve to be trading that high, man. Some of the employees are kind of fighting back, though. I mean, we've seen some drama been happening over at Amazon, so some of the employees are fighting back. Recently, as of 2 days ago, you had Amazon come out and say they're no longer going to drug test. That's really indicative of the fact that they were clearly having trouble finding new candidates to work like slaves. So now that they're removing the drug test requirement, now they've, couple million more potential employees. And if you're someone who's got a drug habit and you're willing to be on your feet for 14 hours, 12 hours, or however long those shifts are, then yeah, I mean, Amazon is for you. You know, I don't care how much Amazon is paying. They're making people do things the human body isn't even built to do. You're not built to be on your feet for 12 hours, man. I don't care who you are. You know, in these same positions, doing these kind of same. I mean, if you look at these people, you know, I watch some of the little videos that people are sneaking in on YouTube and, you know, showing their job. They literally look like they're picking cotton. They literally look like they're picking cotton. They're just, you know, standing in these small areas where you have to walk like a certain small difference, you know, distance, and they have to be timed and they have to meet certain production goals. That's literally what a plantation, I mean, it's literally what, like what a plantation is. I mean, it's, I don't know, maybe I'm tripping, but you know, that's slavery by another name. I mean, am I tripping or what? You know what I'm saying? Like, it literally looks like slavery. But you know, you have some people who swear by Amazon, man. You know, you have some people who swear by, oh man, Amazon's just been so good to me, woo woo woo. And you know, they always gonna put the brother on the camera who's, you know, was struggling to find a job somewhere or was bouncing around the job to job, and now he found something that, you know, has brought a sense of value to him. So you can't say nothing bad about Amazon in front of him, because to him it done changed his life. You know what I'm saying? You know, he got dignity now. You know, to you it's slave labor, but to him, you know, it's a sense of importance. You know, you go to work and get a badge on his chest, an ID card. You know what I mean? You know, that means a lot to some people, man. You know, if you ain't never got it before. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a slave mentality. It's just, you know, I don't even know what the appropriate word for it, because you got to understand today's, you know, what you would call a slave mentality. That individual doesn't even know what they're doing is basically slavery, you know. Because I'm seeing some of the positions they're doing and the mental anguish that you got to put yourself in to do that job on your feet for 12 hours a day. I mean, that I don't even know if the pay is worth it. The kind of pain you're putting on your body, you know. I've told you guys a story about how you know, I was in between jobs like years ago, and I fucked around and ended up on a job site for a company called Labor Ready. I was like, man, fuck this shit. What am I doing here, man? They're like, yeah, you need boots, and I'm just like, okay, I just need to get to some paper to get to the other side of you know, poverty basically at that time. And you know, just working at these job sites, I'm like, man, this ain't it, man. I walked off the job and I just got in my car and left. I didn't even get paid or nothing. You know what? Let me not lie. I did get a deposit for like $21 or something like that. They ended up hitting my account for like $21 or something like that. But you know, for a minute I thought I could do construction. I'm like, fuck that. Fuck that shit, man. This was like '05, and you know, $21 an hour, you know, or I think it was 18, something like that. But I thought that was good money at the time, you know, for being in the position that I was in. You said you work 12 hours a day as a critical care trauma nurse. It ain't easy. Yeah, but at least as a nurse, you're working that brain. You know what I'm saying? You're working that brain. You're pulling out knowledge. You're learning knowledge. We're talking about jobs where you're not even like really using your brain cells for the most part. If anything, you are entertaining in an activity that promotes cognitive decline because you're not thinking about what you're doing. You know, if you've ever worked fast food, then you know that sometimes you'll be at these jobs, flipping burgers or making fries, but your head is somewhere else. You know you're at a good job when you literally are focused on what you're doing, like your task occupies your mind, you know. Your task occupies your mind. There's a bad job is where or low skilled is where it's not even something you think about. You're just going through the motions. AMC still down. Finding a wall here though. Finding a wall here though. Looks like I'm gonna be down between, my spread is bouncing anywhere between negative 300, negative 150, negative 70. It was a lot worse this morning. A lot worse this morning. And this is futures option, so it trades all day, all night. So, sometimes you wake up, I'll be up late or I'll get up and I'll see my position down a couple hundred and I just go right back to sleep. Don't give a damn, you know? Yeah, Miss Felder, I'm telling you, man, you give some of our people a badge, ID card, you know, they start checking you at the door. Where's your ID? God damn, nigga, you just started working here. Shit. Just let me in, man. You see me, you see me in this office before. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't never seen me working here asking me where my ID is. You know, they love the job more than the boss. They love the job more than the damn CEO. Never, don't cross these Negroes that love the job, man. They run and snitch on you. They gonna tell only you. They're watching you 24/7 every time you at the job. Mm-hmm. What's going on, Chris? 48 right now on AMC. Damn near off $30 from yesterday. Yeah, off to almost $30. We had 72.62 was the high yesterday. Yeah, it's tough now, man. And I'm starting to see that Wall Street talk is starting to slow down because people ain't really making no money no more. So, that kind of what's the word I want to use? Exaggerated exuberance that we had saw for a couple weeks, many weeks, has died down as people kind of come back to reality that you just don't make money every single day when you trade equities or speculative assets like cryptocurrencies. You know, But Miss Felder, how do you like being a nurse? You know, one thing I can say, I have dated some nurses before, boy. They are some bossy women. Whoo! They are some bossy, bossy women. You know, yeah, modern day slave labor activities. Yeah, man. I had ended up at Labor Ready. What's going on, MS? You know, your boy ended up at Labor Ready, hanging out with the Mexicans. You know, was in between jobs. You know, kind of when you just end up in those kind of situations. I would just got back from New York because after I finished school, I went to New York thinking I was going to be able to break uh, into Wall Street, and I figured out that I didn't go to a top 25 program, so I ended up in the mail room at a place called Prudential. Worked there for a couple months, and then ended up at a boiler room called John Thomas Financial, and I made a video about that on my channel where this they had a grown ass brother working in the toilet room, and this is a man who could clearly was my father's age or maybe older. And in the video I talk about how after lunch these mostly Italians and Greek look they're in the bathroom just shitting their guts out, bro. Like I ain't never seen nobody. I never smelt turd like that ever in my life. I mean, it was just you gotta hold your breath to take your own dump. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no reason anybody's shit should smell like that. And this brother is in the toilet holding his tray every day with a suit on, man. Every day with a suit on. And I don't know what position that's called, but I'm sensitive to shit like that. So I'm like, come on, brother, you really want to do this? you know. But he was in there, man. He was in there all day. He was in there all day, every day. You know. Yeah, Doc Waters give oh, you know what? Let me that's a good question. Let me go ahead and I may have forgot that. Let me go ahead and get that up and running real quick. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh my God, come on. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's up now, man. It's up. Was that you calling from 504? Let's go ahead and give me a ring back. Market looking for some kind of support here. 504, you're on the air. What's up?
Yo, it's Dog Waters. What's up, home slice?
Hey, what's going on with you?
Hey, man, I'm chilling. I have a question for you, and then I have a suggestion. Get your thoughts on it. I'll start with a suggestion. I know you're familiar with what's going on with the money printing and with the Federal Reserve and our government just spending out of control. And so what we're looking at doing down here, real estate wise, I called you a while ago, like years ago, and talked about flipping houses. We're looking at putting options contracts on houses, banking on this hyperinflation that's coming down the pipeline. So offering people two times what their house is worth, with the understanding that the dollar is going to crash to be absolutely nothing. And we'll be able to buy their houses on pennies on the dollar with our gold and silver. So that's just a suggestion for somebody looking to do your own research, bada bing, bada boom. But the question I have for you is I have two teenage sons. One's a senior in high school, one's a junior. Both of them, I have them trading, like cryptocurrency trading. They're part of like a couple of trading groups and things of that nature, so they understand patterns and whoop-de-woo and all the rest of that. One of them wants to be in the Wall Street arena, but I don't have no connects or know the direction to push them in to where they can work in that area. What's your advice? Like, what kind of path do I need to set them on so they can reach that goal?
Oh man, I mean, first thing I would do is you might want to look into some local area financial advisors
Hmm.
that you can speak to regarding, just kind of doing maybe some job shadowing for you and, well, not necessarily for you, but for your son and, for them. Basically, your son going in to the office, helping them out, doing some kind of thing like that. Because what they can do is eventually, if your son is very interested in, facilitate a situation where he can help your son get a Series 7. And that Series 7 is a test that requires, a few months of study and then will allow your son to now eventually be able to become a licensed security, dealer to buy and sell security for, high net worth clients. So that would be really the first step in the door. And a lot of times
Okay.
that's working with somebody, from wherever you are, getting licensed and then moving up to a more established firm. But
But that's the prerequisite is the Series 7. So
mhm.
if they have a Series 7, then they can apply. Like, would that lead them to like a Wall Street firm, or is that just for something local? Because locally, I'm in New Orleans, bro. Really,
Mhm.
like, and every financial advisor down here is like pushing life insurance, wills, and trust. They ain't really, you know what I'm saying? They
Mhm.
ain't really
Oh no,
hustling like
trust
that.
me. I'm sure you have a Charles Schwab. I'm sure you have
Okay,
Wells Fargo private, wealth management. Trust me, they're in New Orleans. They are definitely in New Orleans. So you have people in there who manage wealth for high net worth clients. So I'm not talking about the insurance agents. I'm not talking about, anyone selling insurance on cars or homes or anything. I'm talking about people who manage money. And yes,
okay,
if you get into the door at an early age like that, you can definitely work your way up. Now, another way to do that is if he doesn't decide, let's say he doesn't decide to do anything locally, he would just have to make sure he has an exceptional academic record where he can
hmm,
definitely then enter into a financial advisor program or a investment management program at an established firm. Now, that is very difficult to do because many people apply, but only few are chosen. So that's why it's really good sometimes going through the back door by getting that license early, getting some early experience, and then being able to just kind of walk into a firm with a direct hire because you know somebody or just because your name got out there.
gotcha. Thank you,
Mhm.
brother. I really appreciate it. I enjoy your show. I've been listening for years. God bless you, and you keep it moving, man.
Appreciate it, brother. Thanks you for the call, man.
Okay, all right, bye bye.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, shout out to him. His dad is starting him out early. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Dad is starting you out early. But yeah, working your way, getting in early, just working with the broker. Um, that's the way to go, definitely. In fact, Paul Tudor Jones, Paul Tudor Jones, which is this man is a self-made billionaire. Family was not rich. He came out of New Orleans. I should have told him that. This is a brother. He's a white man, but he came out of New Orleans. He was working with a local futures trader out of New Orleans and got on with him, learned, the strategies, the game, and eventually got licensed himself and went out on his own, got some capital together and started his own firm. But great story, Paul Tudor Jones. Yeah. So that's definitely one thing that I could tell anybody. If you have a young person who wants to get them partnered up with somebody who can mentor them, and if that mentor really takes a liking, they'll show you the game and set you up the right way. And they're not going to ask you to pay no money, or they're not going to, because they already got the money. So it's nothing to come out of you out of pocket for anything. Obviously you're going to have to pay for your textbooks or something like that, but they're going to take care of you getting to know the A to Z though. Absolutely. Salute to that dad. D. Fellow, you said it's not about the patients, it's about the bottom line and the bullshit that has nothing to do with the well-being of the patient. Yeah, yeah, I can only imagine some of the things that you nurses deal with when it comes to administration. My mom was a patient coordinator for a long time, still is, in one of those big hospitals up in Michigan. And yeah, this is a lot that you got to deal with. But nurses have a real good, you know, career track, because you kind of start off just having to do that grind, but then you can end up in admin and make some pretty good money in admin. You know, make some good money. So they got a good track record. AMC still struggling. You said SMB Capital. No, SMB Capital. Stay away from SMB Capital, man. Is SMB Capital based in New York, but you know SMB Capital doesn't have a single brother working there. In the city of New York, you don't have a single brother on the actual trading floor. And I made I think two videos. One got taken down, but they were teaching people how to read time and sales, which is complete BS, because again, you know, the average hold period for a stock on the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ is 21 seconds, because we just have so many algo, you know, machines out there. It's whittled it down to 21 seconds. 21 seconds is the current hold period for a stock today. 21 seconds. So you can't tell me you can read level two and get any real definitive, you know, uh, uh, trading, knowledge from that. It's BS. It's BS. And they were trying to ride that, but until that video came out, they were really trying to make something from that. And in that video, you can see them, talking about, hey man, stop shitting on us, or this is real, whatever. But I'm not deleting that video. Looks like we got a foreign caller here. Hey, what's going on? Where you calling
Hello.
from?
Hey, what's up? I'm calling from China, actually, but
China.
I live in I'm from the United States, but I live in China.
Okay, that's what's up, man. What you doing out there?
Actually, I'm out here. I do import export, and I
Okay.
also do some real estate.
All right. That's what's up.
I've been here for about 15 years, and I haven't been able to come back because if we leave now with the whole virus thing
Right.
going on, we can't get back into the U.S.
Gotcha,
But
gotcha. Now, are
yeah,
you originally from China, real quick?
no, I'm African American.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Oh,
from
okay. Brother doing international business. That's
yeah,
what's
yeah.
up, man. Okay. How can I help you?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Do you know of a way that we can invest um, if you don't have like American Visa or credit card? Because all my stuff that I have, I want to start investing, but I don't know much about it. And
Mm.
I want to do it, but I want to do it with I don't know if you could do it with PayPal or if you have like any suggestions,
Okay.
or
Do you
something.
have a bank account out there?
Yeah, I got a couple. Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm pretty sure that because basically what you're looking for is a broker, right? You're looking for a broker to give you access to the markets. Is that basically what you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm looking for that. Because I tried to get into some things about a month or two back.
Hmm.
Um, but they have like forex trading, but I want to get more just like in the stock. So I don't
Yeah.
know a lot about that,
Yeah,
and I can't use my.
I would look into, interactive brokers, because I know they do allow over 200 countries, and I'm pretty sure China is one of those countries. Uh, I'm pretty sure China's definitely got to be a country that interactive brokers will allow you to trade from, and you can get in trade and have access to all the U.S. Products from CBOE to NASDAQ to NYSE and whatnot. Now, of course, you would definitely have to have a bank account in China. Of course, you would have to have some kind of ID, at least being able to establish who you are. I mean, do you do you not have a passport?
Well, I have a passport. Yeah, yeah, I got a passport. Huh?
Okay, okay. So
I
yeah,
got a
it's not,
passport. Yeah.
yeah. So as long as you have that, you're gonna be good. You're gonna be good. So I definitely would look at interactive brokers as your first choice. And
Is that a website or it's a website and a web page? So I
yes,
just go on
yes.
Google Interactive Brokers.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Interactivebrokers.com. It's a well-established international financial brokerage firm. And again, they have 24 offices, 14 countries, and I'm pretty sure they've got an office in China. I can't tell, I can, off the top of my head, I can't tell you what city, but I'm pretty sure that that is going to be a firm that's probably going to be your first choice for giving you access to the markets.
Cool. Good. Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. One last thing, because it's about 12:30 at night here.
Oh,
Oh, I gotta get to sleep. But I
understood.
wanted to ask you, um, you know, I'm doing a channel. It's a YouTube. I'm trying to get it started up. It's called Black Eyed Peas and Chopsticks,
Okay.
and it's a channel. Uh, it's about like the black experience in Asia,
Okay.
but also specifically catered to people that that want to do business, like import, export, or people who want to get a foot in their business, not in China specifically, but Southeast Asian countries, in general. That's the few I've been to. So you have a YouTube channel. Like, do you have like any suggestions? Because it seems like it's a slow process. I put up like a video or two, but you only get like 30 views. It's not much.
Yeah, when you
So
first start out, I mean, it's going to be, it's going to be difficult when you first start out because, the algorithm has to kind of catch up with your content and kind of figure out, what kind of material is this channel going to put out and who exactly should we target with the material. But if I can just give you any tips, is that you've got to be consistent and then continue to put out quality content that gives people value, right? So they got to watch it and get something out of it, whether it be somebody who's looking to move to China and has, some questions. So maybe you might want to start off with videos like, top 5 things when you move to China as a black person, or how to, live in your first 30 days in China as a black person, or, you know what I'm saying? Like giving, individuals some insight on what it really is to be black in Southeast Asia or in China, whichever your focus is. So, and if it's just business related, okay, well, how to, do business with Chinese as a black person. I mean, I'm sure there's some tips that you can give that are going to be very useful to people, and that is how you're going to be able to get that high watch time and really start getting the algorithm to kind of push your content ahead of other people.
I got you. I got
Yeah.
you. I got you. Okay, thank you, man.
Appreciate
I
it, brother.
appreciate the time. Yeah, and yeah, you keep doing your thing. I like your content, and keep on keeping on.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much for the call, man.
You too, man. Bye bye.
Yes, indeed. Brothers out there in China. That's what's up, man. Out there in China doing business. Brothers out there in China doing business. And he's moving like some of these Nigerians. He probably has met some of them Nigerians that are going out there and they buy phones and furniture and all kind of stuff, and they're doing that import export thing. A lot of Africans do that, Senegalese, a lot of West Africans that will, park themselves out there in Asia to do business. That's what's up. Yeah, if you can drop that link in the chat room if you can. Probably should have asked them about that or Twitter or something like that. Or if not, yeah, drop your Twitter name in the comments if you're still up. But he did mention that it was kind of late out there. I know most of these countries are Asian countries are 8 to 10 hours or more ahead of us. But yeah, going back to answering his initial question, interactive brokers will definitely be your first step into getting into that. Um, I know a lot of times when you are in these foreign countries, they like to push these, third tier brokers, but you really don't need to go to those kind of like unlicensed, unregulated brokers that don't have offices in America, because many of them have, products that trade similar to the way the U.S. markets trade. So you'll be trading what's called a contract for difference product. So it'll be a NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange, but it's a CFD. So it's not necessarily a direct way to trade it, but it's a product that trades like, you know, the SPY or like the Qs. And a company like that is Ninja Trader. Ninja Trader is another one where a lot of foreign people like to use Ninja Trader, but again, they have a lot of CFD products, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because Ninja Trader is it's a well-regulated broker. You can put money in and get money out. If you're based in the US, you can use Ninja Trader, but very popular with foreign customers. Yes, indeed. Do I still recommend black box stocks as a trading vehicle? Yeah, I still recommend black box stocks, but I mean, black box stocks works when you have volatility. See, when you actually have volatility, then it matters, what particular stock is moving and moving aggressively, right? But if you have very low volatility in terms of everything going up, or we're really not going up, or really not going down, then buying options, it's a money losing game. I actually have another channel called AI assisted trading. I believe you can Google it. You can not Google it, but look it up here on YouTube. AI assisted trading. And I made maybe a month or two ago a training course. The video is about an hour, 10 minutes long or so, or maybe a little bit less, maybe 50 minutes or so. But it's a training course on how to use black box stocks. But again, black box stocks, it's for day traders, individuals who are taking same day risk trades. And, you know, the system does generate very good signals, right? But again, the prime time to use a program like that is when you've got high levels of volatility, or, it's a market that's just, slapping like crazy, going higher. So in that kind of situation where it makes sense to get into some of those options where, you might be able to generate, strong beta where, you'll get 100, 110% in the day. There are a lot of examples like that on black box stocks. But when you've got a sideways trending market, you know, it, it's hit or miss. And that's just me being honest with you. Yeah. But no, I still have access to it. I still use it. I still promote the product, but It's just not easy to use in a very boring market. But don't get it twisted. You'll still find runners. There's still stocks out there that are, putting up 200, 250% in a day. But again, you just don't have the regularity like it was before. Trying to fill the gap here yesterday as we try to make it back above 4,200 on the SPY. Mm-mm-mm. CNBC. See what they're talking about today. Okay. Yeah, we were down 265 points on the Dow, but we've pretty much worked our way back up higher. We've pretty much worked our way back up higher. The brother earlier mentioned about putting options on homes. That's a very interesting idea. Definitely think he'll find some people who are willing to jump on that. But sometimes, when you're dealing with these homeowners, which is who I'm thinking he's going to be individually targeting, which is going to be homeowners, not necessarily companies that own homes. You're sitting in their living room trying to explain something to them, and they can get the word testy is not word, but they're very scared to sign anything because they're looking at it like I'm about to home, somebody's going to own my own home or take my house from under me, and that's kind of like that's a big fear for a lot of them. But I think if you can get something explained to them clearly and concisely, it could be it could be a very interesting venture. But I mentioned yesterday how, when you're talking to most homeowners, particularly, of the black persuasion, then you're dealing with people, over the age of 50. You're dealing with over the age of 50, and they're very security minded. Very, very security minded. So that's just the one thing you might want to look out for. FNGD, the Bear ETF of Fang. Okay, it's good to see somebody still uses leveraged ETF. FNGD. It's a 3x leveraged product. You know, this is a this is an inverse ETF. So as the market goes down, this goes up. And as you can see here, is obviously the market naturally goes higher over time, not lower over time. No, this is the wrong. It was I think the other one is FNGU, right? When it goes up. Yeah, FNGU. FNGU is when it going up the other way. But as you can see here, again, this was another monster coming out of COVID, where those leveraged ETFs were definitely some places to put your money in. As again, this got down, and this I don't think is reverse split either. I don't think this is um, forward split at all or reverse split since the crash. But yeah, as you can see, it did get down to $3. and get to as high as 45. And I know I've made some videos on leveraged ETFs. So there are quite a number of them out there, really good day trading vehicles, and that's kind of one of the reasons why they were made is because you they try to give people the same kind of leverage as options without the effects of theta loss, right? Without the effects of theta loss. So, you can be in them up to, a good 6 months or so before you start to have some issues with, uh, I know the proper word for it's not leveling, but I know they do over time, over large periods of time, they actually lose value if you stay in them too long. But they really are really good short-term products if you really see a short-term move coming into a stock or coming into a particular index, then you can be in that product and experience, uh, leveraged beta because it's a 3x leveraged product. So 3x, and people say, well, 3x of what? Well, typically 3x of QQQ. They trade very similar to that. If you pull up FNGU and then you kind of pull up QQQ, it's relatively similar, relatively similar pattern. You know, right? But again, this is a 3x leveraged product, so you're going to get more wider swings because it's over indexing that movement. All fun and games when it's going well, but really, really sucks when it's going bad. Dollar Will, you said they're tricky. You track it daily and use a stop loss. Yeah, definitely would want to do that. But then you got to be willing to be in it to really experience the move. I wouldn't suggest for it to be like a day trade. I'd really, if you're looking at, hey, I think the Qs are going to be breaking out of a channel over the next 2.5 weeks, then yeah, that's when you would go into something like that and you feel like the fangs are about to make a monster move higher over a certain period of time. All right, and then you have some other ones that maybe closely follow, where you have TQQQ. That's another one. This is a leverage product. This one has better liquidity than the one just gave you. This is far more liquid. TQQQ. Again, it's another 3x leveraged product. You got the inverse of that, which is SQQQ. All right. A lot of guys make money on this when you have these volatility spikes, and then you know it probably comes up, and they'll go out and buy a shitload of puts on SQQQ, and it eventually works its way lower. Um, and on the Dow, you've got UDOW, right? UDOW is that? I don't know if UDOW is still 3x leverage. I think it's 2x now. But UDOW is the Dow Jones 30, and it's a leverage product. I don't know if it's 2x or 3x, but UDOW is up, and then you've got SDOW, right? Yeah, SDOW is the short side of that, in SDOW. So you've got people who are trading these leverage products, and they love them, and they love them. That's all they trade. Again, you get the same bang of an option, but in a stock without worrying about, oh my God, this is going to expire at the end of the week and shit like that. So it can work out. It can work out for you if you know what you're doing. I'm over here having a bit of a rough day. Kind of been having a little bit of a rough week, to be honest with you, as we kind of struggle to find some kind of meaning to this market since April. Here's April 16th, and we're literally like right there. It's April 16th, and here we are, June 3rd. Nothing, nothing at all. Except people losing a lot of money in the value of their options over that period of time. So the gold bear dust gapped up. That's Yeah, dust is the inverse. So as gold goes down, right? Is it dust? Yeah, gold goes down, dust goes up. Again, not something you'd want to trade over a period of time because again, the markets are set up to go higher over time, right? These markets are set up to go higher over time, intentionally set up to do so. Intentionally set up to do so. The stock market has been intentionally created to create wealth over time. If one part of the economy isn't doing well, there's another part that's also included in the index to prop it up. So one day it could be oil and gas, the next day it can be transportation, the next year it could be tech, then you know uh, retail, and then consumer cyclicals, and so there's it's set up to where you're going to find a segment leader to continue to drive the market higher. So that's why betting against the market over a period of time is a losing game. And to be a short seller, if you call yourself one, then that's why it requires you to be an individual stock picker where you're looking at individual companies and understanding that they may not have the balance sheet necessary to survive over a period of time. But just putting your money in and having it sit there has worked and has always worked. A long time ago, I did some math when you talk about some of these, families that have, had money in the market since the early 1920s, 1930s, which again wasn't long ago, right? I mean, you may, if you were lucky enough to know your great grandfather, he was probably alive in the 1930s. So if he was intelligent enough to know about the markets and investing in those markets, I mean, you got to understand the kind of return on investments that some of these families in America are sitting on is ridiculous. We're talking hundreds of thousands of percent of return as money has just simply been passed on and passed on over those generations, particularly if you're looking at companies like General Electric and Coca-Cola and many companies that were here but not here but were bought up by other companies that are trading today. So you got shares in some of these newer companies that have been alive for, just under 30, 40, or 50 years, but were in some kind of existence all the way back then. Forward split after forward split, dividend after dividend. You've got families in America, and let me see if I can pull up the book where, you know, members of no member of the family works. No family of the member works because they've got a portfolio now where it just there's so much dividend income that they don't have to work. They literally don't have to work. Some of these Ford families, some of these GM families, you know, the guy who was number 25 at General Motors, his family is not working. If he was smart anyway, his family is not working. I can almost assure you his family is not working today. Everybody talks about the top guy, but nobody talks about, the guys who were just underneath the top guy. Whoever number 9 was at Facebook, I can almost assure you, his descendants will probably not be working a 9 to 5 in 100 years. You know, I can pretty much be willing to guarantee that. Right. Let's see here. Boy, they're pulling out all the tricks to get people to get these shots. They're out here giving free beer, free college classes. I mean, they are really pulling everything out of the hat to get you to go, you know, get the mark, man. They are pulling everything out. And by the way, if you get it, you're gonna have to get the booster shots too, remember? So, they got you once, they got you twice, they got you every year for the rest of your life. Yeah, yes indeed. God, the market is just, bro, we can't hold 420 to save our life. Mm-mm-mm. Hell no, John Hill. I'm not getting any of that. No, no, no. I will be the last of the Mohicans when it comes to that thing, man. I talked about that yesterday. I will be the last of the Mohicans. You know, one thing they don't, the media doesn't have the courage to talk about some of these, uh, right-wing Christians that they're not going to touch it. They're not going to touch it. They don't want no part of it. But the media, they know where the power lies, so they're not even going to touch them or criticize them about it. For example, you also got in New York some of these Orthodox Jewish groups that will not take that. All right, will not take that. So, they know that there are some groups in America that just aren't, they're just not going to be on board ever. Fundamentalist Christian groups, never. So they know what's up, but that's why they'll just go ahead and put pressure on people who live in impoverished areas. Hey, you got to take it, you got to take it because they get paid on every shot too. I mean, the more shots they can put out there, the more they got to force the government to buy. And because it's government, they're paying well over what it costs to manufacture because that's what government do. Government, overpays for everything. And so there's a lot of money here, man. There's a lot of money here, right? And then you got the no suit clause, no lawsuit clause on it. I know there's a proper term for it. So if something goes wrong, you can't sue. You know, no, is it a no liability clause? Yeah, I think it's called a no liability clause. So there's a lot you lose by taking it. You know, and I don't know. I just don't see the reason. I know we got the nurse in here. Nurse, if I'm speaking crazy, let me know because I know for a fact that there are medical professionals who would not take this injection. I know for a fact there are medical professionals who will, hell no, I'm not taking that thing. Nurses, doctors, LPNs. Uh, One brother who I know who's, uh, I forgot what the name of his title is, but he's not a doctor, but he can basically do what a doctor can do under the assistance of a medical doctor. So the money isn't as great as a doctor, but it's better than, most jobs in America for the most part. But yeah, he's not taking it. And he said something good. He's like, man, why would I take? a shot for something that has a 99% survival rate. I'm like, damn, I never even thought about it that way. I never even thought about it that way. But I mean, I still won't want to end up on a ventilator or something. It's like, well, brother, your chances of ending up on a ventilator, if you're a healthy person that actually engages in some physical activity once in a while, is very, very low. And that we're, finding out slowly but surely that many of the individuals who end up with severe versions uh, of the virus are individuals who are, immensely obese, who have participated in kind of, these, sedentary lifestyles where they just really don't get their heart pumping at all and haven't really gone and got their heart moving for years, you know. So yeah, he put me up on some good game in regards to that. So it kind of strengthened my resolve for being adamant about not taking it because I just don't, I can't trust. I can't trust these companies, man. Especially someone, you trade the markets, these executives, they'll do anything for a dollar. They'll do anything for a dollar. They don't give a damn. You know, they're not going to go to prison for the most part, even if they know what they're doing is fucked up. So you done made this decision that impacts your life, your reproductive ability, you know, and you got to live with the choices. Nurse practitioner, okay. Appreciate it, Kenny D. Shout out to Kenny D. Appreciate you for being here, brother. Williams, you said you'll be standing with me. I appreciate y'all, man. Stephen Burrell, would you live outside the country? I would. I would. I spent, a couple months outside the country before, and the only problem is that, for me, I'd only want to live in like, like in Africa or somewhere like that, or maybe the Caribbean, a place where, I'm not necessarily like a stranger to the population. So shout out to that brother again who was in China, but I personally couldn't do that just because I'm very sensitive to, to the environment. I need to feel comfortable. I need to, not be, stand out so much. You know what I'm saying? And when you're in Africa or in the Caribbean, uh, sometimes it can be difficult to move money around. And, you know, in countries like Tanzania or the Congo or in South Africa where I've been, the internet now has gotten pretty good. But when I was visiting, 2018, 2019, they still had, 10 gigabytes, 10 gigabyte internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you trying to do something like this or, just trying to watch a Netflix movie. I mean, it's like, God damn, like, you're still paying like 250, $300 a month for internet in some of these places because the infrastructure is just not laid out like that out there, you know. So that's why when you find people who are living those lifestyles, a lot of times they're in Asia, right? They're in Asia, they're in Vietnam and China and all these other places where, they got 5G. They got, housing and hotels that are wired to the brim with, the latest and greatest. Whereas, you go to a lot of these other countries where, you gotta get a satellite dish or some crap like that to, do some of the simplest things, you know. But if that's not a care in the world for you, right? If you are part of a business, if you are in a business where you don't need to be always on, then that may not matter, and you just gonna go out there and have a great time because you're always going to be living in a situation where if you can, get dollars, right? If you can live in another country but be able to get US dollars, you'll always be better off than the the majority of the population. When you look at particularly some of these African countries or some of the wealthiest people in some of these Caribbean countries, or really any country outside of America, if you look at the top 10% of their populations in terms of income, those people are making dollars, whereas everybody else is kind of making the local currency. So these people are either responsible for bringing in, you know, products from the U.S., right, or these other European countries, and they come into their nation, they sell them at that premium price and turn around and turn that income back into dollars and just kind of doing that buying and selling and rotating. Their kids go to school in Europe or in America. Yeah. You said you were thinking about moving to Thailand and the pandemic hit. Yeah, that's a popular move, man. That's a real popular move. When I was in the Navy, there's gonna get a lot of Thai people in the Navy, a lot of Filipinos especially. I would say maybe the Filipinos were the largest group of Asians in the Navy, in the U.S. Navy in particular, because there was a Navy base in the Philippines for a long time. I don't think it's still there, but there was for a long time a Navy base. So you've got a lot of brothers who are living out there in the Philippines. You'd be surprised how many brothers live in the Philippines. I was very surprised. A lot of brothers who are married to Filipino women. You go out there to the Norfolk area, close to the base down there, there's a lot of brothers who are married to Filipino women. So, Thailand, Asia, is quite a number of black people out there. That's why that one brother who's talking about the channel about Asia, I think he can definitely find a good number of people who are going to be interested in that content. Absolutely. CNB says 78% of COVID patients are overweight or obese. Yeah, yeah. I think we're going to learn a lot more about that as the days go on. We're going to learn a lot more about that, about the importance of physical fitness and also, maybe limiting down your access to sugar and some of these other very harmful products that many of us Americans expose ourselves to. Right, AMC recovered up $10, now 56. Paychecks, yeah, shout out to Paychecks and these back to work stocks. You might have a thing there. Back to work stocks. It's another one of those stocks that should benefit really well with the Biden budget. Boy, what a snooze fest. I'm sorry, folks. I really thought this would be a week of a lot more exciting activity, but now you're kind of being forced to be real stockholders now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. You say you think Hertz is the new AMC? Hey, Hertz has done a number of things, man. I mean, this was a stock that had got down to 46 cents, and you had some new owners step in, and they've done wonders. And I've said on this show that I think Hertz could be a $20 plus stock just because let's go on the Hertz website, go on you know some of these other rental car websites, and you go look at what it costs to rent a car these days. It's not cheap. Many of these rental car agencies got rid of a lot of excess inventory, so now they're low. They're low. They're low on vehicles. You go to some of the biggest airports in the country where there are no cars, no vehicles available. You go to some of these vacation spots, look up, Charleston, South Carolina, or Tampa, or Fort Lauderdale, Pensacola, no vehicles. Whole weekend, no, well, sorry, sir, we don't have any vehicles for this weekend. What? And they were all booked. So I think they're going to have a really, really great year. I really do believe they're going to have some surprise years, surprise year for Hertz, and I don't believe there's any other. Does budget is budget still person? I don't think so. I don't think budget is still. I know they were. Oh yeah, okay, so they still are. Avis budget, great car. There you go. Here's car. Oh yeah, that's already made the move. Look at that. All right, here's March. What was that low? $5. It went from five dollars to $87. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. It went from 5 to 87. Yeah, that's the move, man. So I mean, if anything, it hurts you. It looks like you might be a little early. Obviously, there's a pending bankruptcy situation there where they are coming out of bankruptcy now, but um, so you're seeing a little bit of hesitation there. But as you can see from the more established Avis budget rent a car agency, that stock is doing numbers up 1% today, up 1% today. All right. News came in that AMC did a share offering. They raised $587 million dollars. I'm surprised they didn't raise more. They definitely could have raised a lot more with the kind of demand that's going through their stock right now. They could have raised a whole lot more than that. I'm curious if you guys are going to subscribe to Twitter's new subscription service called Twitter Blue. It's right now rolling out to individuals in Canada and Australia for $4.49. The company hasn't said when it's going to be available in the US, but for $4.49, you're going to be able to get some unique features like undo. You're going to be able to get a customized timer to be able to take back a tweet to fix it. So, not exactly like an edit button, but something like it, I guess, for $4. I mean, Twitter's still, pretty popular. I think this is something that is a bit maybe 3 or 4 years too late. When Trump was on the platform, I think that's when this is probably when we should have seen it. You said my thoughts on the market is boring. That's my thoughts on the market. It's boring, and it's not really doing anything, but there's no other place to put your money. I know that's a fact. As boring and as much of a snooze fest as it is, there's no other place to put your money. You can't go get a bond. You can't go get a money market. You can't go, you know, get a real estate tax, coupon. There's nowhere else to get, any real beta but the market right now. You said a little too expensive in your opinion. They should price it at $1.99. Yeah. Like I said, if Trump was still on the platform, which I thought was a huge mistake of them getting rid of Trump, I think for it was a huge, huge mistake for Twitter to get rid of Donald Trump. Huge mistake. You know, let me see what the. Yeah, I think it was a huge, huge mistake for them. Although they haven't really been punished by the stock price at all, but I think it was a big mistake for them because I'm pretty sure, although we haven't seen the effects in the stock price, I'm pretty sure the engagement has taken a huge hit since he left. Do I think Nokia is going to run up? I have no idea. I don't know what the catalyst is for Nokia. Yeah, I believe. Oh, it's trying to do something here though. It's had some three really good months. It could be trying to do something here, my man. This is a stock that's been, boy, beat up for a very, very long time, hasn't it? I mean, you're looking at a chart where it's been under $10 for, going on 7 years. Actually, longer than that. 10 years, excuse me. It's been under $10 for over 10 years. And I'm just, yeah, 10 years because that spike didn't necessarily take it up there. And as I look through stock twits, I believe it's heavily shorted. So it could be a situation where, yeah, it could be a pop for those groups. These Wall Street bettors are simply looking for stocks where, they are targeting individuals who are short positions that, may be of interest to the group as a whole. They're not going after every shorted stock. They're going after stocks that they kind of understand, they kind of have some affinity for, and it's making sense for them. Yeah, very well, John Hill. It could very well break that 5-year downtrend. Clearly, looks like it's setting up for that. So jump in and be patient. Why is it so damn hard to find computer paper? Shit. I swear, my local Dollar General had computer paper, and the one time I need computer paper right away, they didn't have it. Boy, I was so mad. So now I got to make a trip to find some computer paper. Also coming in, Amazon is now backed a federal bill to legalize marijuana. And that was kind of part of what I mentioned earlier, its new policy to stop drug testing employees. This is an interesting article here. Massive Bitcoin mine discovered in the UK after police raid suspected cannabis farm. That's very interesting the way they put that headline because I know cannabis or crypto is really the last hope for real, true, financial independence for millions of people. But this is a really interesting headline because one, why are we still, dealing with the over criminalization of marijuana, but also the fact that massive Bitcoin mining discovered in UK after police. The way they say it is if Bitcoin mining is like illegal or something like that. The mine was stealing, quote, thousands of pounds worth of electricity. Hmm. I mean, I know some of these governments are losing power to crypto, and it's not necessarily like the government, it's the fact that, we live in countries where banks own our government. So that's basically where the enforcement is coming from, is the fact that these banks are really getting their asses handed to them by the crypto traders and individuals who are moving money using cryptocurrency. A lot of these banks are mad because they're getting passed over on and missing out on billions of dollars in fees that they would charge you to move your money, from one country to the next, where you got people who are using Monero and crypto currencies like Bitcoin and Dash and many of these other uh, coins and doing business that way. Yeah, yeah, the way they did that, they're trying to link cryptocurrency to illegal activity. And that's something they've been doing for a long time. If you remember, particularly at the very beginning, 2016, they were really doing a number to try and connect Bitcoin to child pornography, if you guys remember that a lot. Oh, these, you know, child pornography, child pornography, child pornography. Now you don't even hear the association of Bitcoin and child pornography. You
Market
don't hear
data
that at all.
connection lost.
Oh, did I lose my connection?
The connection re-established.
All right. Yeah, sometimes the app can mess up like that sometimes, but I'm good. But yeah, you don't hear that anymore now, right? You don't hear that anymore now. Now that quote unquote respectable people are engaged in the endeavor, you don't hear anything about, child pornography and cryptocurrency anymore. So Bitcoin going back to 50K. Let's see. Let's see where are we at right now, Bitcoin. Let's go to Coinbase and see for ourselves. See what they're doing out there. 38.9 on Bitcoin. Yeah, we're just above that 60 moving average now on the hourly. We couldn't hold it earlier in the day, but the fact that we are consistently at that area is a good sign. It's a very good sign, actually. So let's see if this is just another false test or the real deal. Okay, man. Let's see what they're saying on here.
Company offering associates up
Oh,
to
whoa.
$1,000 to stay for 3 months. You have Waste Pro, a garbage collection company, offering referrals and retention bonuses up to $3,000. We've talked about the McDonald's, different ones trying iPhone incentives or $50 just to show up for the job interview. Even at the high end, you have Cooley, a Palo Alto law firm, offering $2,500 to $7,500 in one-time bonuses to employees. And we're seeing this across the industry. So yes, it's happening at the low end, but it's happening, it seems, up and down. And it's this mass reshuffling, it feels to me, of America's workers.
Absolutely. You talked about the hospitality industry, the food beverage industry made into the top 10. The recruiting industry, the recruiting and staffing industry actually made into the top 10, up 5 points from April in terms of what the jobs they're working on. But you're absolutely right. You're
You
seeing
guys
this
don't want to go to work?
reshuffling, and we actually really profess to our clients looking at a different pool. And I think we talked about that last month. Is really where do you find these workers for these entry-level hourly workers? And meanwhile, you have these millions of underemployed college and high school graduates, and we think that that's really just a great pool to start pulling from, because you're going to have to change the narrative. You got to increase the salaries, you got to increase benefits, increase perks,
Yeah.
Whether people want to work remotely or not. Those are the things that companies are going to have to do to find those
Average
candidates.
hourly
One
earning
final
right now in
observation,
America,
it is surprising to me that hybrid roles are
$25.45.
becoming less popular. I know a lot of people who are anticipating, and they're,
I know
they're
that's a
starting more in the
goddamn
kind of
lie.
mid-30s, 40s age group, that they can continue to go into the office maybe 3 days a week. Do you think that that is something that could still be here to stay?
Absolutely. I think that there might just be a confusion when you're looking at a candidate. Is it remote? Is it in person? And I think the hybrid got people confused. What does hybrid mean? Do I need to have a high-speed internet at home and at the office? Do I need a dedicated space at my home and in my office? And I think that what you're seeing, as you mentioned before, Kelly, companies are trying to figure out what's it going to take to get those candidates to come to their company. Is it just better perks? Is it in person but work home 2 weeks a month, as Apple is doing now? 2 weeks a year where you could just work remotely. And I think that's really getting clarity on what that role actually is. And we think that the word hybrid might have confused a few people.
Sure.
What does hybrid actually mean?
Yeah, we're all trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, people have, massive mortgages and made major life moves predicated on the ability to retain this flexibility. That's why I find it so interesting. We'll see if you're pointing the right way for the jobs report in the morning, Evan. Thanks again for joining us.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Have a great day.
Evan Sohn talking through the labor market. Coming up.
Oh, okay. So y'all still don't want to go to work, huh? I'm not. Hey, look, I'm right there with you. I mean, it's gonna take a lot for me to get back into that 9 to 5. All my websites got to crash. My eBay flipping got to crash. It's gonna take a lot for me to get back in there, but um, yeah, I don't think I can do it. But shout out to the people who are have pushed the employers now to step it up, man. They pushed employers to step it up and offer more. You got McDonald's out here giving free iPhones. You know, Shout out to these young people who are getting free iPhones for flipping burgers. If you're in that part, if you're in that chapter of your life, shout out to you. It says start your own business and be free. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that everybody can't have a business. But I agree with the sentiment. Definitely agree with the sentiment, but you got some people who just don't want to have that kind of risk and don't have the capital to start, right? They don't have the capital to start their own business, um, but I try to tell people there are industries you can get in that are businesses in a box. For example, we had that brother call up earlier about the insurance business, right? That's a business in a box. You can become someone who offers people life insurance and car insurance and some of these other industries, and you can eventually become your own business. You got individual, I know one brother who's an insurance adjuster. He goes to different properties. He started out with Allstate. They trained him, they gave him all the licenses, and now he owns his own insurance adjustment industry, not industry, business, where now his former employers are now contracting work out to him where he goes out to different properties, finds out the damage and, calculates that and sends the number back. And now he gets a larger percentage than what he got when he was working. So there are businesses in a box as careers that you can go in and engage in to get something off the ground for yourself. Now, those industries take a little bit longer because you kind of need the experience, but you don't have to, you don't have to go out and get yourself a, a company and get yourself in a whole lot of debt at the beginning and risk a lot of capital, right? These are jobs where you have the employer take assume all the risk, but then once you are knowledgeable enough, you can go out on your own. Yeah, you can go out on your own, and by that time, you put in 10, 15 years of good work. Now you're walking off the job with 10, 15 years of experience, of contacts, of capital raised and saved up, and now, you just make that lateral move to your own business. Now you're calling the shots. You're working as much as you want to work or as little as you want to work. More than likely, it's going to be more than what you think is going to be. But the work is more rewarding because you're taking a larger percentage of the earnings, right? You're taking up a larger percentage. So yeah, look for if you don't have any capital, look for those businesses in a job. Businesses in a job. All right. But listening to what they were talking about just now, I hear a lot of opportunity for people who are in jobs that they hate to possibly be able to make some moves into fields that they otherwise may not qualify for. So, if you're one of these people who are working, jobs that really don't offer that much advancement, you a store manager at like Dollar Tree or something like that, or maybe you want to go ahead and get yourself into an office related position, this might be an opportune time for you, you know. And what they're not talking about too is the fact that a lot of this worker shortage has to like to do with the fact that you have you had millions of people retire going into the COVID lockdowns. You had people who were like, man, F this, I'm just gonna take my retirement right now. So you had a lot of older people go out on retirement. So you got a lot of leadership missing. You got a lot of opportunities to be able to get in the door at some of these places. So if you want to make a lateral move into a better employer, better industry, I think now is the time to do it. Pure Storage, Pure Storage, is this like a cloud play? PSTG? Yeah, don't know anything about them, but I'm definitely pro network security. I'm definitely pro network security stocks for sure. Speaking of that, I'm actually studying for a Cisco certification right now called the Cisco CCNA because I'm seeing a lot of remote opportunities in that line of work where they're paying some of these people, you know, over $60 an hour to do some of these jobs. This is crazy. I mean, that's 60, 100, 125, particularly for individuals who are skilled. So to be able to do what I'm doing and be able to pick up a contract or two here and there, I think that'd be a really great opportunity just to continue to bank. I had no clue at all some of these individuals were making that kind of money. And then in going through some of the material, it's not even that really that difficult. A lot of memorization, but like anything, uh, it's not that difficult. Not that difficult. Having to memorize a lot of the protocols that has gotten a little bit tricky because I'm learning about like the OSI model and then the um, IP, what's it, TCP IP model, learning about those and so a lot of protocols to remember, but I'm taking the test in July and I don't foresee any issues with it. My training has pretty much been going through the videos. I got both of the books. I actually didn't buy them. I just downloaded them off Pirate Bay. A lot of the study stuff, even a lot in college, my textbooks, just got them off Pirate Bay. SPY. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Kenny D. That's what I'm been seeing. It's a very lucrative space, and there's, you know, immense amount of demand for cybersecurity professionals. Immense amount of out of space for that. And someone who, like myself, I used to have a clearance. I would definitely have to reapply. I doubt it's still valid, but the fact that I had one previously, I'm sure, might be able to find something. But again, as long as it's remote, I'm not going in and playing office politics with anybody. But uh, because playing that office politic game, that's a whole nother shit to deal with when you're black. But yeah, if those opportunities are available for being able to get contract work here and there, to manage some servers or some switches and routers, I'd do it. I'd do it. Because the whole industry really is geared towards remote work. You can be able to control these people's, you know, certain, whether it be the whole thing or certain parts of their enterprise network from anywhere in the world. Just log in, do what you got to do, and you're done. Makes perfect sense. Sandy D said it's more work than you can stand. Yeah, I believe it. One of the websites I like to look for or I use as a reverse engineer is dice.com. That's an IT job site where basically all the jobs are IT related. And when I am looking to get into a particular field, I like to reverse engineer. So I think about where I want to be and what I want to do, and then I go out and look for that particular job on these websites, and I look at what they're asking for, what technologies that I can go and study and learn, get those certificates, and then you know apply. And so I already did a video course on like Active Directory, and then I did the CVT Nuggets CCNA, and now I'm doing another CCNA because I like to do two videos. That's really ingrained, and then I'm reading the book as I mentioned earlier. So it's gonna take some time. I could clearly see I'm probably a good 4 to 5 months away to at least being, I would say, competent, at least being competent enough to be able to take on a contract without asking a question every 5, 10 minutes. Because I really don't want to be one of those employees that's got to do that, particularly if I'm going to be trying to ask for that kind of money, which I don't expect to get at the beginning, but I eventually would like to see, you know, within a year or two, in that line of work. But it's becoming very clear that IT is no longer a line of work where, you just are, helping people set up computers, which is what I thought about IT for a long time. I'm thinking, a nerd or a couple of nerds in a room in a closet cleaning off monitors and mice and plugging in computers and stuff. That's kind of what I thought IT was for a very long time. But in doing some research, I do see that it's immensely lucrative. It's much more than that. And some of these, yeah, they're all yeah, and again, this test that I'm taking, there's not it's all like it's just questions. It's 100 questions. I want to say it's 2 hours long or something like that. I've done all the well, not all of them, but I've done a lot of practice tests as I continue, as I move through the chapters. And I'm not I wouldn't say I've been like challenged at that to that, but obviously, on taking a test and actually doing the job is different. But taking the test is what gets you in the door, right? Taking the test is what gets you in the door. And so far, man, if you got a couple hours a day of study, you can blaze through these things, you know? Yeah, you can blaze through these things. And T. Kelly mentioned that she's got somebody who's graduating high school. You don't even need a college degree to do these jobs at all. Some of these IT jobs, you don't need a college degree to do them. I'm going through the material and I don't see where a college degree would be honestly be necessary. It's a lot of memorization. Uh, I wish I can unplug it because I actually got a little uh, CCNA kit here that I did, and I realized I don't even need the kit. Like do you can actually go ahead and do switching and routing through this program. Let me see here, called Packet Tracer. So I didn't even really need the kit. God damn, today's turning into an ugly day for me. It's bouncing, but shit. But yeah, you don't even need the physical gear. I went and got the physical gear just because I saw somebody on Craigslist selling parts and pieces for, $20, $40. So I went and put a kit together to be able to have my own switch and router so I could be able to kind of console connect and program on my own. But you don't even really need the physical gear. Yeah. So um, once I get this CCNA, then I'm gonna try to get on some contracts and see and get out there. Because I would love to be able to have even more capital, more capital to be able to get into some of my positions. So the job continues to act like a feeder source, just be able to feed me capital into my positions. Because I definitely learned a lot during COVID, because I have a couple travel blogs, a couple Africa travel blogs. I don't put them out there like that, but bro, they went dead, man. They went dead. And that was capital that, I was getting from Trivago and Skip Lagged and a couple of these other travel sites, and just easy 650 here, 750 here, 1,000 there, 1,200 here, and just arbitraging people's pictures off Instagram, right? Just set up a regular blog, taking people's pictures off Instagram, like for example, write articles in cities in Tanzania or cities in Algeria or whatever. Go on Instagram, takes people's photos or videos, put them on the blog, and then you talk about, top five, things to do in city in Algeria. Go on Instagram, find people who've taken pictures in that city, put it on the blog. Put in your links for the company, Trivago or whoever it is that's offering the affiliate program. Put it in the thing. Now you can slap it on Facebook or Instagram and promote the page, right? People who are interested in that will click on their links, maybe buy some tickets, and then you make money. Well, that's what I had been doing. COVID hit, money dried up. Money dried up. So something that was a very regular income stream was gone, you know. So I had to dig in a little bit into my trading account and whatnot, but it definitely taught me that I should at least be able to have some kind of hands-on skill that I can go out and into the workforce, and if I need to, be able to do. So I learned a lot. Definitely learned a lot. Boy, they putting pressure on my puts, and I don't really understand that. But because today has not been that bad of a day, but hey, sometimes when you're dealing with futures options, it is what it is. Professor Messer, YouTube cool guy. Yeah, pass the test, free, free. I appreciate that, Major Mosby. Yeah, Professor Messer, I'll definitely look into him because there's another guy. Uh, I have to get his name because I bought his course on Udemy, but I haven't started it yet. I really like Udemy because, you can buy these courses that are like 8 hours long and they're like $20. Let me get his name. But he's another one who's a premier trainer for Cisco products. David Bombal. Yeah, there it is. David Bombal. He's a CCIE. And he's got a YouTube channel, David Bombal, and he's one of the reasons why I decided to just start off with some of these Cisco certs because these guys who coming here from India and Pakistan, these guys go to these Indian universities where nobody knows where they're from. Nobody even really knows if they're genuine or not. But they come here and they go straight into these jobs that are paying 150, 160, 120. They hook each other up into some of these roles. A lot of times they don't really even know what they're doing. They just kind of learn on the job. And when you look at their resumes, when you look at their resumes, because I'll set up like a fake LinkedIn or whatever and just kind of look at their resumes. They don't have some of these BS. Uh, those of you guys who are not in the space, you wouldn't know, but CompTIA certs. They don't have any of these BS CompTIA A plus, Network plus, and not that that's a bad thing, but I've noticed those Indians don't have those. They go for Microsoft, Cisco, Amazon. I mean, they go for the real premier certs. So I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna follow what they're doing. If you're looking at a CompTIA cert, 9 times out of 10, it's an American who has that stuff. These guys from India and Pakistan and Korea, they don't have none of that stuff. None of that stuff at all. Yeah. But yeah, I don't mean to turn the chat into a IT session, but just trying to share with you guys what journey that I've been on because this is quickly becoming a skill-based economy where, you're just not going to be able to just get a job and hang around for 30 years and, you really got to have the, the the knowledge and come into the organization with the knowledge necessary for them to keep you on or and even to bring you on. These jobs, they don't want to teach nobody nothing. And that's really the biggest difference because I study black history and when you look at uh, individuals, your grandparents, a lot of times they would come into a job and be taught the job or they would apprentice for the job, but they rarely came into their line of work with the necessary knowledge, right? So they stayed there, they got the knowledge, got experienced, and were able to enjoy life. Now it's up to you to get the knowledge. It's really up to you to get the knowledge because the schools aren't even really caught up yet to really where they're giving people the knowledge to really go into the field and practice unless you're in the medical field like we had our sister come in and tell us in the chat room where if you're in the medical field or maybe one of these trade schools, right? They're getting people up and ready to be work ready. But if you're unlucky enough to have a parent who's just not on you like that, or is not going to be hands-on with career guidance, and you graduate and you just now out here in the world, and you don't know that it's up to you to skill yourself, that's a quick way to end up in poverty because these jobs are not going to train you. The speed of business now is so fast. If they're training you for a job these days in 2021, 9 times out of 10, it's a low paying job. It's a low paying job because they don't have a year or 2 years to teach you a high skill position. You know, they really don't. Major Mosby, you saying, do I think Cisco is better than CompTIA? Hell yeah, man. I'm going straight for the CCNA. I'm not even worried about the CompTIA or anything. Now, eventually, when I'm looking at some of these jobs where they're like, oh, if you want to get a clearance, right, a security clearance, like let's say if you want like a federal job, they're saying, you may want to have a CompTIA network and security, but for the most part, if you're looking at being workforce ready, right? Workforce ready, the Cisco certs are the way to go. Because what I'm seeing is that the employers are asking for vendor specific skills. So they're saying, "Oh, I want you to be knowledgeable about IGRP, and I want you to be knowledgeable about how to put in IP addresses." Well, these CompTIA certs don't teach you that. These CompTIA they're not teaching you how to put an IP address inside of a router, or inside of how to you know put a password on a switch. They're not teaching you how to do that. But the Cisco's certs are. Cisco training is teaching you. So job ready, you have to go with the vendor specific cert. But if you want to end up at Best Buy, you know, for $15 an hour, then yeah, go get a CompTIA cert because that's basically the only place you'll be able to, the only job you'll be able to get. Yeah, I'm telling you, people sleeping on that Tesla going to 300. Again, my channel unfortunately was built on small cap stocks, so if I make videos about large cap stocks, it doesn't find an audience. But I'm going to be proven right on that video where I talk about Tesla going to 300 because clearly about to find a new low here if it continues this trend. And if we break that 530 support going back to March, I mean, the the obvious floor is the 300 level. We've rejected the 60 RSI many times, and now we're clearly finding a trend of lower prices in Tesla. But yeah, Mosby, I'll definitely check out that Professor Messer. I'll definitely check that out. Yeah, and one thing also too I give you on IT training is you never want to spend too much money because you got some people out here really trying to rip you off if you don't know what you're doing. $600, $1,000 for some of these courses is not necessary at all. You got Udemy, $20 for really good courses with good people. You got, you know, if you're down for it, you got Pirate Bay. I don't give a damn. I'm ripping everything off Pirate Bay. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about no threats and no lawsuits, none of that crap. I've been doing that since I was 16 years old with Napster, and then it was LimeWire, and I was on all that, ripping 50 Cent CD. I was ripping Nas CD. I've been doing that for years, so I don't give a damn about none of those threats. If it's on there and I need it, I'm ripping it. You know? I don't know. That's just my attitude about that kind of stuff. Okay. And as I've mentioned on my 3% strategy, it looks like we're just going to continue to have, more weeks where market is up or down 3%. This is going to be clearly another 3% week. Clearly another 3% week. Not the easiest strategy to trade if you don't have nerves of steel, and which is why I always suggest guys go out further out in time. But they giving it to me today, boy. What time is it? 2 o'clock. We're not even gonna have a power hour for the most part. You said just reported me to the FBI. You funny. But yeah, man, you know, it's my thing, man. Some of these things are just so, expensive for no reason. Unless I really want to support the artist, I'll go get it because I do have Apple Music and stuff, so I pay for it in my own kind of way, but not so much now. You don't even have to rip music anymore. Now it's not ripping music. Now it's, you get to my age now, you rip information, right? You rip books and, tutorials and shit like that. You don't rip music or movies or stuff like that. You really don't even have time like that to spend. Man, particularly now also with Netflix, HBO Max, you don't really even need to rip movies. It's almost like more of a hassle to rip movies now than to just go on one of these sites, pay $10 and have a whole month. Yeah. Let's see. Ford looking good today. I've been talking about Ford, man. Ford looking good, man. I mean, telling you guys, Ford and GM are the way to go, man. People sleeping on Ford and GM. They're coming for you, Tesla. They're coming for you. Look at Ford and GM. They're coming for you. The big dogs are in the building now. For years they never looked at EV as a serious thing, but now they're in the building, man, and they taking no prisoners. You're talking about two companies that have 10x the manufacturing capacity. You're going to see prices for EVs drop to a rock. So with that kind of manufacturing capacity and prices go down, now, you know, if you're a Tesla, you need those margins to be a certain level, but now it gets too cheap, it starts to become a problem. It starts to become a problem, right? Because, if you're Tesla, you've been having trouble finding profitability, on, year over year anyway. Oh, I mean, it depends on whatever I'm looking to get to know at the time. As I mentioned earlier, right now I'm studying a lot of IT stuff. So right now I download a lot of IT videos, particularly on like subnetting. Right, I'm trying to really get that math down, subnetting, and also too sometimes I'll download what I used to. I used to download stock training courses. But you also have to be very careful with that because, man, some of these guys out here are teaching some whacked out stuff. So you have to be very careful where you get, financial knowledge from because it can dilute your mind on on how to look at certain things. But right now, yeah, mostly tutorials on like IT training. Um, I like to download videos on like networking, personal networking. A lot of self-improvement stuff you can really get and learn a lot about. And it really does help. I mean, it teaches you how to do something. You learn something new and how to, connect with people professionally a lot better. How to, like let's say about 2 weeks ago, I learned something on minimalism. You know, that was something new to me. Like, hey, you got some stuff that you don't need. Why do you have them? Why, what kind of mental attachment do I have with these items that are just kind of sitting around? Like, for example, I have a, let me see here. Can I show this? I have a whole laptop that has been following me, has been following me for, man, maybe 3 years, maybe 3 years. I, I don't, I don't even use it. Like, why do I not just put this on eBay or offer up and get rid of it instead of just having it sitting around taking space in my office? You know what I'm saying? So understanding that how like we as humans have these things that we keep around us that we don't use on a daily basis that are taking in space and creating clutter in our minds and in our lives and hurting us from being able to perform in an optimal way. You know, you got to get rid of those things and clear your area, clear your mind because there is a direct correlation between your work area and your individual performance and mood and confidence and stuff like that. These are things I didn't really know before until you hear it and you see it somebody put it to you in a certain kind of way, you know. And it does make sense and you start to think about it like, okay, yeah, people who are what you would call optimal performers are individuals who, they're very light on material things and their areas are very, tend to be extremely orderly. They don't really have a lot laying around, and that plays a part. Where if you look at somebody who is cluttered in the mind, someone who is disorganized, someone who is not performing optimally in their place of work or just living to their best life, I can almost assure you that's someone who, in their personal area, right, whether it be their bedroom, their home, it's cluttered. It's got a lot of stuff. It's got a lot of junk. It's got a lot of things that aren't necessarily needed day to day to day. So, some real interesting stuff, man. And how like we allow how things are affecting us and we don't even know about it. Your own personal vehicle. Keep your vehicle clean. Keep your vehicle clean. And it's hard to keep your vehicle clean, right? Particularly if you got kids or you're just up and down, but if you keep it clean, there's a certain mood that when you get into a car that's very clean and you can relax, you can just kind of it's a certain, it does affect your vibe, your personal aura when you're in a very clean environment or a clean vehicle. So it does matter, man. It really does matter. Let's see what CNBC is talking about. And by the way, if you guys want to know about the free CNBC, I told you guys yesterday, most of you guys should already have the URL, but again, I do have a channel where you can watch, up to 75 channels completely free, no, sign up or anything like that. I'm watching it completely free on my end, so If you want the hookup, let me know.
15%. Plus, all the theater chains are facing new challenges since the pandemic. The pandemic enabled studios to simultaneously release films on demand or on streaming the same time that they were made available in theaters, as well as to dramatically shorten the exclusive theatrical window. Of course, both of those things could put pressure on ticket sales. Now the question is, though, what AMC CEO Adam Aron does with his recent influx of cash to address the reality of the challenged theater business. He says, which currently the company operates 585 domestic theaters and 97 theaters internationally. Now, he said that he'd use the proceeds of the stock sales on acquisitions potentially, as well as upgrading the theaters and paying off debt. But Kelly, even with corporate improvements, the stock's 2,400% gain, that's year to date, is a bit divorced from reality.
Well,
Damn, I knew it was up. I didn't know it was up that much. Yeah, I knew it was up. I didn't know it was up that much. Yeah, let me give you the link. Yeah, I didn't know it was up that much. 2,400%. I have no idea they had 97 international locations. I just put it in the chat room. I had no idea AMC had 97 international locations. I'm curious as to know where they're located. AMC international locations. Should have put it at theaters. But I didn't know that they had. Mm, so okay, it looks like the Wikipedia page has to be updated because I know they don't got that. They don't have 620 in US anymore. Okay, so yeah, they got some out there. Brazil. Hmm. Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, yeah, I know you can watch it also on Thinkorswim. Sometimes I don't want to pull up the whole Thinkorswim app. I do like the fact that you don't even have to have a dollar in your account to be able to use um, to be able to watch CNBC. And what's great about Thinkorswim too is they're letting you watch, CNBC Europe, CNBC USA, CNBC Africa. You can watch all the CNBCs basically, you know. But this website that I'm on, I like the fact that I can watch football too. That's, during the season, that's a big thing for me. NFL Network. I gotta watch my NFL Network, my HBO, all of that, you know. Yes, sir. Let's see here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, market, let's go. You're not giving me anything to be excited about right now. Besides a lot of red. Still, yes, last week was a good week because we actually, starting to do something. But, this week is only putting some power into my put side. Very frustrating. Let's go, let's go. Let's get some again more.
Or it gets too small, it gets kicked out of the portfolio and we'll replace it with something else. But what we want to really do is grab that theme, get every player that has exposure to that theme, and then we just keep rebalancing until we, hold on to the winners. And just
So
get
you
rid of the
sit there
losers.
in January when this stock takes off and you just pinch yourself and you say, well, I didn't buy it because of this. I wasn't expecting it to become some market darling. You just pinch yourself and you go, well, that's just the dumb luck of the market, right?
That's it. I'm willing to take luck as much as skill in this game. So, I've been around long enough to I'll take my hits. I'll take the luck. I mean, but we did once it got to be 25% of the portfolio, Tyler, we quickly rebalanced it back to its 2% level.
A win is a win, whether you win on unearned runs or earned runs, I guess, is to borrow baseball. Jack Ablin, great to see you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the fundamentals on Wall Street do not seem to match the mania on Meme Street. So has this become a phenomenon that people want to be a part of, a sort of MOMO, FOMO, fear of missing out? Joining us now,
Yes.
CNBC's Mike Santoli and New York Times technology reporter Taylor Lorenz. Folks, welcome. Taylor, let me start with you. As you analyze these meme stocks, whether it's AMC or GameStop or whatever, what is your conclusion on them? Are they, what's going on here? Is this just a hysteria?
Well, I think part of it is driven by hysteria, or I guess you could say excitement is very much a mob mentality where they're approaching these companies as kind of almost a game, right? Where you're kind of trying to rally the troops, right? And manipulate the price in some way or hype the company in some way, make a case for the company in some way. Which can be dangerous because I think people are, a lot more likely to engage in risky behavior when there's peer pressure around.
And Mike, when Adam Aron says to shareholders in a notice, hey, look, you better not be in this stock if you're of a squeamish sort, because you may go to zero here. You don't hear that very often from CEOs, except occasionally in, I guess, some filings where they're almost obligated to say such things.
Well, and even in this case, I do think it's a kind of a legalistic, let's cover our backs a little bit on this.
Right.
But also recognizing that selling 11 million shares into a market right now that's in this kind of a froth, that's traded 1 billion shares in 2 days of this particular stock, it was not going to matter what they said about it. They were just going to be able to feed it out. And if they had to take a $10 discount to what it traded at yesterday, so what? It's still kind of found money. So I do think that there's a sort of a corporate calculation going on, an opportunism, realizing that we might as well just take what the market's going to give us for now. And really, to Taylor's point, I mean, it's always been the case that there's an element of rooting interest. There's an element of being part of something big going on right now in the markets. I remember when online quotes became a thing for the first time, and you can actually watch the stocks move, and you can actually get a piece of it and doing the message board chats. I think this is a bit of an accelerated version of all those things, and it's not necessarily new. That basically stories drive stocks in the short term. What's new is the scale of it and the amount of attention on it.
Mike, I'm also curious. I was reflecting on this a
People
little
going
bit. I
crazy.
wonder what your take would be. A lot of this to me also feels like really fundamental cases being made for stocks, but just disseminated in a different way. When you read the case for why BlackBerry is an undervalued cyber security company combined with a platform for the smart car, you think, okay, that's the kind of thing I might have in the past heard at a Best Ideas conference. Now it's being written about on Medium, tweeted about, and it's available for the public. You don't have to go through the usual channels to get these ideas out there. Is that one aspect, just one aspect, but one aspect of what's going on this year?
It's a strand of what's happening, yes. This idea that that value bubbles up from below and not doesn't come top down all the time. I really would hesitate to apply that same thing to AMC. Even in the before times, before Disney Plus, before HBO Max, and before
People
the
are going
pandemic,
crazy.
it was not a great business. It was a low return business. It was considered to be a melting ice cube. And right now, what's happening is just kind of, let's be part
January
of the fun.
5th,
We love
AMD
movies.
was
We have nostalgia
$1.98.
about this company and the brand, and it's working. So let's keep doing it. I actually think if people consider it play money, what's the big deal? If it was otherwise going to go to DraftKings, this is no worse.
Taylor,
$1.98 on January 5th. That's where AMC was. Now trading at $66, $67. Crazy, man. Crazy ass stock. 2:13 p.m. Boy, this market about to put me to sleep. Shit. It's hard to keep a smile on your face when the market is red for you. But man, I wouldn't want it any other way, man. Fuck around, buy a call, and lose more money. Mm-mm-mm. We know what we doing. Okay, let's see. Let me see what's going on with this fool here. Let me see what this fool's talking about.
Planet bug. That's right. You're going to drink sewage. Bill Gates said. You're going to eat bugs. Bill Gates said. Klaus Schwab said, and it goes on and on and on from there. So let's go ahead and roll this clip from CNN with them eating the bugs.
Across the country, billions, trillions of cicadas are making their appearance after spending the last 17 years underground. And no one is more excited to see these winged insects make their debut than my next guest, who cannot wait to put them on his menu. That is right. Joining me now is Bun Lai. He is a recipient of the White House Champion of Change Award. He is also the chef of Mia's, which is the first sustainable sushi restaurant in the world. Bun, thank you for being with us.
Well, thank you for skipping breakfast and getting ready for this experience.
I am ready. Well, no, I'm not really ready. I have to be
The
honest.
hell?
Okay, this is sort of, I haven't actually eaten a bug since I was 3 when I had a spider.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm really psyched about the whole trillions of cicada coming out for Brood 10 because it's getting so much press and nature's getting press. So there's all sorts of important issues that this becomes a platform for. So eating insects is really the future, and it's been the past of humanity as well.
All right, so let's talk about
I
what
said
we're
this
gonna do here
yesterday where they
today.
want all of
You
us to
walk
eat
me through
powder.
this, Bun.
Sure. So we got some insects right here, some cicadas.
Okay,
So you
got it.
basically
All right, when we come
pick
back.
whichever one you want to eat.
When we come back, I'm going to get to the rest of this, and then we'll go to your calls. But this is really important because he's saying what your future is. Your future is no nuclear families. Your future is sterilized males. Your future is eating bugs. Well, who is it that always tells me what the future is? Well, that's your dictator.
Okay,
And that's what this is all about, the dystopia they're building. They can get you to take a deadly vaccine. That's not even a vaccine. If they can get you to eat bugs, you're in a cult. You're in a cult. You're in a cult. We'll be right back.
Okay, he going a little bit over the deep end, but yeah, man, this is some real shit. I want to watch the rest of that when he comes back on, but uh, I said that yesterday. My problem with him is that the information is correct, but he's still, but the information at the end of the day is still right in terms of the fact that they want us to just eat powder. They want to get us to the point where we can't eat, we can't eat meat, we can't eat fish, and we can't eat green plants because plants have feelings, and that's what they believe. That's what a lot of these liberals believe. And shout out to his name is Alex Jones. He's Alex Jones. A lot of stuff but some of the stuff he still, particularly when we talk about police brutality, he starts to get on that. So you gotta take some of the stuff with a grain of salt, but for the most part, I love some of the stuff he does bring out is true, and I want to take some of that and reformulate it for us because a lot of us aren't really hip to that we're being used and pushed to eat a lot of this disgusting manufactured food that's killing our community, killing our community. There was a study that came out, and I'm making sure I catch him if he comes back on, by the way. Um, if he comes back on. But there was a study that came out, I think back in January, about black kids and vitamin E Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull that up. Uh, mm, 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 mm. If I can find that. God damn it. When you find it, you can't. I'm gonna find it. If I don't find it today, I'll definitely bring it tomorrow. But about like how 70% of black kids are like going to class vitamin E deficient. And vitamin D plays a huge part in cell formation, the neurons in your brain and stuff like that, and how they communicate and move and in between each other. So you need to have those healthy levels of vitamin D to really get that optimal performance and growth in your child. And how, well over 70% of black children are not even taking like a decent multivitamin. You gotta get your kid a multivitamin every single morning before they out the door because these schools are not feeding your kids, healthy food to begin with, right? You can't really trust your kid to play out in the community. I don't care how great your neighborhood is. You really can't. You've already learned by the mistake that many other parents have made prior that you really can't even have your kids playing out in the neighborhood anymore. You can't even let your kid do a sleepover because some of these kids are, out here fingering each other and doing all kind of sick shit. So you can't even, So anyway, um, but that's one of those things where you can control as a parent is making sure your kid has the nutrition they need, the proper nutrition they need in their mind to be able to go out there and perform their best. So Alex is on that W supremacy. Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. I think he's sometimes he's just I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. He's a conservative, but I wouldn't go that far because I've seen some of these guys, you watch Louder with Crowder. I don't even know what his real name is, but I know his last name is Crowder. That guy, he's Team W supremacy for sure. But Alex Jones, yeah, if he is, he's very weak, very very weak. Let's see what these guys say.
And I will do it here in just a moment. But let me just finish up with where I was going with this. We have a Chinese man, very nice man, telling us the future is eating bugs, just like we're told Xi Jinping is the future and one-child policies of the future and global social credit scores of the future and Chinese response to the Wuhan release is the future. And she's there learning, and then she eats the bug because she's a paid political whore on CNN. And it's delicious. It's wonderful. She enjoys it, and we're all learning. And now they have FDA announcements. Oh, hey, if you have shellfish allergies, look out with cicadas because you might get sick as well. Oh, it's even advisories like we're all going to be eating it now because, oh, look, Hank Aaron took the experimental shot. I'm going to get it right now. Oh, look, Marvin Hagler took it. Oh, look, Ben Stein took it. Oh, they're dead and dying. Oh, look. CNN said, because the UN says you're going to eat bugs, and a year later, you're going to eat bugs. And you're not going to eat meat, and you're not going to be able to travel, and you're non-essential. Oh, I'm not essential. I love it. Let me make a soy boy face.
This guy, it's hilarious.
But now they're like, well, we need to actually eat human flesh, they're saying. That's now what the same group's coming out with. And I mean, Dabo's group said 5 years ago, we need to not allow traditional burials or cremations, and that we should be made to grind up the bodies at a local facility to put it on the crops, to recycle it, and eat the flesh, basically. Soylent Green. And now 20 states have passed laws. A year ago, it was 2 states. Now it's 20 states have passed laws to compost humans. Oh. And if you were hiding under a rock the last week, or like Rip Van Winkle, maybe went to sleep and woke up, last Tuesday, the Senate legalized human-animal cloning. And the smarter people out there will go, well, what do you mean the Senate legalized? They didn't pass it. Oh, no, it was already going on. There was no law. See, it's kind of like when they come up with a synthetic heroin for a while, and then there's no law, and the DEA can't bust you because it's synthetic. Then they pass a law for that, or a synthetic ecstasy or whatever. Well, you know, they've been human-animal cloning forever because there was a law against human cloning, not against human-animal cloning. Like I told you 25 years ago, they were doing it. They would just add some animal to it and say it had no rights. And then they had a bill to outlaw that, and it went down in flames. 11 votes short to even pass a law out of the Senate into the House and maybe have Biden sign it. But Biden said, you know what Psaki said? She said, oh, no, we're against that bill. We believe in stem cells. So did you know that a human-animal clone brought to term, raised, and harvested for organs, though it can talk and say its ABCs, it's called a stem cell. That's right. Under the definitions worldwide, a bipedal humanoid that's 99% human.
That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
Zero rights. Zero.
And for people who don't understand what he's talking about, like these,
sink into the old noggin.
that movie with the monkeys who were talking and shit.
I've learned how they run all this stuff. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. So what are we going to do about all this? Because you see, if we don't stand up for our unborn, if we don't stand up for our old folks, because that's all Bill Gates is training us and Fauci's training us. Like, hey, come on, that old lady, we don't need to take care of her. We going to get some money and we kill her. Remember what Bill Gates said? He said, if we don't take care of an old woman, we can hire 10 teachers, and the 10 teachers, well, they're represented by that union he was speaking to, and they got real excited. It was kind of sexy to talk about killing people. It was like a conquest they were involved in, and Bill Gates was so important, and they were all at that important talk with him, and oh, they were in control now. And you think those teachers that went along with that? Bill Gates is talking about you, dumbass. You're obsolete. You know, he tricked you. He always wanted to get rid of the teachers unions because they're bad, but he's worse. He's got computer learning coming that he programs. He tricked you to shut down and to not reopen so he could bust your unions, which is coming next. And you dumbasses walked right into it just like you always do.
See, some of this stuff is a little bit ridiculous, but you gotta be hearing what's going on the right and the left, man.
You're depressed, you're mentally ill, and you're alone.
You gotta hear what these boys is telling each other.
Alarming rate of mental health problems in white liberal women. Why, they're the craziest group out there. Did we need a study? Did we need a national poll to know that white women are completely insane? Because they bought into the whole system. They bought into not having a man or having a cuck man, and they bought into taking all the Prozac and all the Ritalin, and they bought into the system, and now they're 45 and they can't have a baby, and they're all alone, and all they got's a fake Facebook avatar that's run by a system designed to make them commit suicide. They're in love with an algorithm, and they've got a soy boy who just wants them to buy him dinner. And they've all got their little artist boyfriends. And then they go to their little corporate job, and they know it's totally empty. They know it's all fake. They know it's just a placeholder for the collapse of civilization. And they've all tried girlfriends, and they've tried polyamory, and they've tried it all. And just none of it's fulfilling for them. And they even tried Satanism, and it just didn't give them what they needed. And now they're so upset, so they embrace leftist propaganda and garbage even more. But that doesn't empower them. So what are they going to do?
Fucking
But I didn't get to the
ridiculous.
rest of the story. Would you like to see her eat the bugs? I'm going to go to break and come back with your calls. We'll play the bug eating part. I promise I'll go to your calls for at least the next hour. We have a special guest in the studio. But I
That's
didn't get
hilarious,
to the
man.
really big news.
That's hilarious, man.
And that's really the problem with all of this, isn't it?
Yeah.
If I don't build this up,
I'm gonna
no one's going to care.
I'm gonna get
I've
back to
got
him
news
in a
here.
minute.
So incredible
You guys want? Are you guys?
that I can't even.
I just
tell
want to
how
make
do
sure
it.
you guys actually want to hear what the hell he's gonna say. I
So
don't
I'm
want
not
to
blaming
feel
you
like I'm
for not
oppressing
dealing with it.
somebody
I
in
don't know
here.
what to do. We're all in over our head.
Because the
We're
market's
all in
not
over our
doing
head.
anything. So I mean, y'all just sitting there
It's
watching me
all
lose
above our
money
pay grade.
today. Okay, he'll be back after ad here. Let him go to ad. Mosby said it's 2021. Nothing is a comparison. Yeah, but yeah, MS. He's talking Planet of the Apes. That's what that law was. That law would allow you to literally raise an animal to be able to 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 speak and to basically have like humanoid type of ability, cognitive ability, right? Up to nearly 99% of a human, and it wouldn't have any rights. So it would basically be just like Planet of the Apes, where you just have these apes that can, well, you would think they're apes, but they give that ability to all kind of fucking animals, and they wouldn't have any rights. I mean, you know, this isn't about, and he doesn't care necessarily about the rights of the animal. It's more or less just not allowing that kind of experimentation at all. We don't want that experimentation happening at all. I don't want dogs that can talk. I do not want dogs that can talk. I'm very comfortable, you know, when I go to my family's house or, cousins, they got pets. I'm real cool with the fact that the pets can't talk to me. I'm cool with that. But you do have individuals in this country who want us to get to a point where we give the ability of speech to animals. You know what I'm saying? Because they honestly believe that animals have feelings, and I agree with that. I believe dogs do have feelings because I've seen, shit over my lifetime. But I don't want dogs talking. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see birds talking. You know what I mean? But you got some people who want to see that shit, man. Like I said, that, like he just showed, that went through the U.S. Senate and failed by 11 votes. By 11 votes. Sal, what's your choice for global news? I like a network out of the Middle East called Al Jazeera. And I also like French 24 in English. You can get both of those on YouTube. They stream, like Al Jazeera streams free on YouTube. So I do like Al Jazeera. And that's one of those where, when I first started my channel, I could share that and stuff like that really easy because they already have a channel on YouTube, so you can share their content really easily. So I really got hooked on that. I'm not a big fan of CNN because I do believe that there, some brainwashing involved there, particularly when it comes to news regarding Black American people. I used to be into PBS, but they're very inconsistent in terms of quality news. A lot of them is just, a lot of the LGBT kind of propaganda coming out of there. So it's hard to get good quality news, but you never can go wrong really with the international networks. The international networks, the networks that don't really have a bias. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these, you getting your news. For example, Alex Jones, good guy. No doubt a lot of his stuff is right. I mean, there's literally a Twitter account called Alex Jones Was Right, followed by hundreds of thousands of people. And it just kind of goes by the list of some of the things he said would come true and would come true. For example, I showed you guys. I accidentally muted myself, my bad. The Wuhan thing, you know, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they talked about how we, at the beginning, remember they tried to say it was Chinese people who were eating bats. Come to find out now, we're slowly realizing that it was actually Fauci himself who was behind, again, either financial or administratively involved with a lab out in Wuhan. You know what I'm saying? So we're finding that information out. And that came out today on the New York Daily News. So the truth is starting to reveal itself. His book just got canceled because now they're about to lay the hammer out on him because they find out like shit, this whole thing we've been suffering, he's been behind it. The guy who we thought was going to be the hero. He was behind it the whole time. You know? It's the same thing they did to, the Africans where they were saying, "Oh, it was African women having sex with gorillas is how, HIV AIDS came about." Instead of what I believe it is, and millions of other people who believe it was, created in a laboratory, just the way we are now finding out that COVID-19 is. So it's a lot of truth that come to the surface from these far right and sometimes far left services. So you got to make sure you get everybody's point of view and then kind of create or see your truth for what it is. You know, you said Billy Joe wants to marry his dog, bro. That man, let me tell you, Major. It's so funny you say that because I don't know if you watch Tariq Nasheed's Buck Breaking. He's another one who many people would say is the black version of Alex Jones on, you can't really say he's on the left side, but he's on that side, right? And in his most recent DVD, he talked about, people out here having sex with animals and stuff like that. You know?
And then I meant to send it to Scott, the producer, but I sent it to Tucker Carlson instead because he was in the article. And I wasn't even looking for this. I guess they've got a new comic coming out about the Skrulls from the Fantastic Four and their secret invasion buying off the leaders of Earth. And then there's a Tucker Carlson character in it. But I was literally sitting there scribbling about what I'm going to call this special show I do about the stealth invasion through the vaccines. And I was like, secret invasion or the secret invaders or the secret takeover. And like an hour later, I'm just scrolling through stuff and there's a Tucker Carlson type character to be a new show about secret invasion. I forget the exact name. I've got it in my phone. And it's just like, it's like serendipity, synchronicity, whatever the hell it is invading doesn't like us and wants to kill us. I don't know if it's Super Skrull or the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus, but all I know is, man, we ain't in Kansas and we've never been in Kansas. We're on a planet in space and there's some stuff going on. And the people running things are out to get us and dumb us down and poison us and control us like they're intergalactic exterminators or something, and we are cockroaches. And let me tell you, you can be white, you can be black. The Bill Gateses of the world think you're a cockroach. See, there's nothing more I hate, though.
You say you think they're a cockroach.
Free that, oh, there it is. Boom, they found it. Marvel casting Tucker Carlson like news anchor for Disney's Secret Invasion series. So I'm sitting there at like 1 a.m. trying to think of what I'm going to call this Sunday special show to try to get people's attention about what they're invading us through these vaccines. They're raping us. So I had stuff written down like, big pharma's rape. No, I mean, because so much of this is a headline. Because I can sit here and lay all this incredible information out, but if if I don't give it the right headline to really capture how crazy it is, no one cares. Because this is I mean, imagine if aliens were in control and they were putting nano particles. Hell, there was a 1980s movie, pretty well done actually, by Canon Films that put out all the Death Wish movies. They used to put out a lot of good B movies. It was called Invaders from Mars. And they grab you and inject you with a nanoparticle that controls your brain. And you're like, oh, okay, that's Invaders from Mars. We're literally living in Invaders from Mars, but it's not Invaders from Mars. It's our own humans doing it to us, creating new life forms, which are alien. They're creating, with computers, whole new viruses that have never been on Earth before. Alien. That's what alien means. And they're putting it in us, and we're just accepting it because some little dwarf dude Fauci is telling us to take the injection. So I rewatched Invaders from Mars.
He's got a point.
It's a remake of a 50s film that's excellent as well.
Fauci is really short as hell.
It's cheesy, it's B movie, but it's better than most stuff you watch today. The 1950 one is even better. But what I'm saying is it literally parallels this, ladies and gentlemen, except it doesn't look like an alien, so we're not fighting it. So let me show you this, and then I'm going to hit this Sunday. There'll probably be some huge war start or something big, then I won't. But barring any big giant emergency, Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m., I'm going to spend 2 hours on patents and reports and scientists confirming the plan to put magnetic crystals that grow in your body that can be remote controlled by light or high energy arrays. And in the patents, they say the issue is you've got to have something that penetrates deep into all the tissue to control it, and it describes something much more powerful than cell phones, which is 5G. You can't make this up. And they give you one injection. And it starts growing these proteins that are magnetic. And that's why even Italian scientists have now confirmed that it's real, and at the injection sites, that magnets are sticking because it is replicating and creating magnetic cones in your cells. They're literally, like in a science fiction movie, they inject you and you start turning into a silicon robot. There it is. Engineering protein crystals make cells magnetic. Chemistry for life. It turns out they're totally obsessed with it. It's a giant Manhattan Project on steroids and PCP.
That's actually a legitimate site, too.
Well, the New York Times. Jones claims they're taking PCP while they make this. It's a figure of speech. And it's just, suddenly it's just everywhere. I mean, this is sick, ladies and gentlemen. So God knows what they're doing it for. God knows why there's jellyfish genes in there. But imagine if aliens said, aliens land, they've got a communication device so they can talk to us. They go, people of Earth, we are here to bring you peace. You will have nothing, you will own nothing, and you will like it. You will eat bugs. Your boys will have their genitals removed. All we need to do is inject you with something, and you'll get free beer.
Oh, yeah, hold on. They be messing with the stream sometimes. Hold on, guys. Messing with the stream a little bit. Yeah, right. But we're the conspiracy theorists. Hold on, let me get connected back onto the stream here. Boy, they be fucking with his stream heavy, man. I used to think back in the day when my stream would get messed up, they fuck with his stream all the time. Because it's not my internet at all. Hold on, okay, so he's back on. All right. right, so just to make sure y'all know I'm not hiding or anything, you can see he's on break now. So.
All I did was look at the market of vitamins and minerals and herbs and
Oh,
say,
and by the way,
is
this is how he's got
recognized
to
even by the
support
government
himself now
agencies as
because
something that absolutely on record works for, say, the
if you
prostate.
guys remember, he was
Then
on
half the
YouTube
population has one.
and he became
And
a
that, of
victim of the
course, is saw
deplatforming.
palmetto.
Him and some
And I
liberal
noticed that
channels,
saw palmetto
but they
formulas were selling for
deplatform him, so now he's got to basically make money
$40.
selling these like white label, these private label like um, what's they called, vitamin supplements and stuff like that. So basically vitamin supplements that they private label, and he's got to make his living that way, or at least additional funds for the operation, because Lord knows he gets money. I mean, these white folks, when he does these little call-a-thons or whatever, man, these white folks be giving him money. They got money. So, because I'm looking at that set, and that set ain't cheap to put together. I tell you that for sure. But yeah. He said, surprised I like Tariq, but he talks so badly about Africans and black immigrants. But some of the shit is true, man. I mean, some of the shit is true. I've told you guys many times we got some coons in the African community. You know what I mean? We got coons, man. Real big coons. I mean, yeah, it's embarrassing sometimes when I go back to Africa. When you know some white folks show up and motherfuckers start dancing. You know what I mean? It's embarrassing. You know, it's embarrassing. But at the same time, you got to understand that many of us here who are watching the stream right now, we have parents who are older than some of these African countries have been free, right? So you go to some of these African countries, they've gotten independence since 1960s, 1963, 1964, 1955. You may have parents or grandparents who are older, right? And some of these countries have been free. So it takes, you know, years, decades, maybe a millennia or two to get that coon spirit, out of the African. You know what I mean? Because right now they still that coonish spirit that comes from their parent, their grandparent, right? To look down on the ground when somebody white walks in the room, to start laughing at every little joke, and because I mean, even in America, you got to hear in America where you got this, for those of you guys who've worked in some of these offices, you got some of these brothers who have that coonish spirit, and they just giggle at everything. I mean, just goddamn nigga shit wasn't even funny. What you laughing at? But when Brad walks in the room, he just get the giggling. So yeah, man, it takes time for that coonish energy to come out of you, man. So shout out to Tariq Nasheed. He's educating the people on ways they can do to kind of deactivate that Willie Lynch chip within them and their kids, and their bloodlines entirely. So, you can't be mad at the truth, even though, yeah, I'm African, but you can't be mad at the truth, man. The truth is the truth. You know, those of you guys who work with some of these Africans who just got here, yeah, they got that coonish spirit. Let's keep it a buck. You know. Uh, Yosel, you said, remember Alex Jones divorce settlement? He said he was making too much money. Yeah, I mean, bro, these, I'm telling you, man. One thing I'll give it to white folks: if they like you, they gonna put some money in your pocket. If they like you, they gonna put some money in your pocket. Shout out to, a brother like MKHB, the brother who does like little tech videos and stuff. You will never ever hear him say nothing about no black this or black that, because he knows what to do and say to keep that money coming in. You know, that's one thing I give it to my white folks. They're gonna make sure you have what you need for life, as long as you don't talk about race.
This is my seaweed.
Yeah, so we're gonna roll it just this way.
He's
All right.
back
So
on.
we're gonna put on some gloves over here.
Perfect.
Cool.
Got it. Herman, what do you think about this?
I think my favorite Whitney Houston lyric is I believe eating insects is the future. I mean, I love that
my
song.
bad, my
Now,
bad.
look, I have intellectual and culinary curiosity about this, but I'm really just here to watch you eat bugs.
Spread it right out.
Well, and my husband is like not going to kiss me for a week.
So it's seaweed with soy, so you're sterilized.
Great, I'll let him get it available.
No, he doesn't mind cicada breath.
It's like, what can you get the idiots to do?
They're alive.
Yeah, so there you go.
But I don't understand.
So the way you'll be doing it is just kind of put in. Oh no, I was gonna have you just use those.
No.
Make this a little bigger.
Really fresh ones.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So there you go. I'm told.
See, it's all a big joke on everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this.
Wait, no,
back.
really?
So
No,
yeah.
do I really have to eat a live one?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to get too much in trouble, because when you make it too big, that's when they try to get you.
Survives another day.
Ooh, Berman, the cicada's alive.
Yeah,
okay.
so
All
here,
right, good.
yeah, so here are boiled
Keep me
cicadas.
going, Berman.
See,
He
a
had me going
psychological
for
warfare
that
expert came
segment.
up with.
And I was like,
Overton
okay, well, I
window.
didn't know that was part of the assignment.
Oh,
And
you
I
don't
was
have to eat a
I'm here
live
to
one,
do
just
my
a dead
work.
one.
What?
See,
You're about to eat dead cicadas, so don't get too excited just yet.
I got to be honest. I think this was really good for him to tell me I was eating live ones, because this is seeming like an upgrade.
And if you look out the top, this
By the way,
is what a
pause.
cicada looks like.
you notice I actually never watched this clip. I'm not trying to brag. Before it aired, I knew what they were going to say. She just externalized the method that live is really horrible, but dead's okay. It's all the same. Think of a psychological warfare op using psychology against you. The key to beating them is realizing their operation. Then you already know what they're going to do before they do it. Because it's just the same attack. Lie, demonize, use psychology, attack the enemy, teach them to eat bugs, teach them
let me
pedophilia,
resize
teach them to
this.
cut their son's balls off, attack. It's just, rah, rah, rah. Think of a zombie just attacking you. Like in World War Z, where the doctor's a zombie and he's at the glass attacking, just, and they just, you don't need to project intelligence on them. They just follow attack. And yeah, there they are in the last Blade Runner, where he's harvesting bugs for you to eat. It's in every movie. It's everywhere. A dystopia is coming. We're going to suck the earth dry. All animals are going to die because they're going to kill the earth. They want to kill the earth. They want to kill all animals, all plants, all insects. They're the ones killing it, posing as the guardian, telling you eat the insects to save the earth. It'll really kill the earth. I promise I'm going to your calls. But let's finish up with the grand finale of, I don't have to eat dead ones or live ones. I eat dead ones. Here it is.
Ground.
Yeah, that's
so you got artwork over here as well.
Are you ready?
Cheers.
Actually, I'm less scared of this. Okay.
Oh, the crunch.
Do I have a wing hanging out of my mouth? It's literally in there.
It's not a wing, it's a leg.
Hey, that's actually quite delicious.
Oh.
What does it remind you of?
Reminds her of eating feces. The Pope. Who's not the Pope. Remember, he said all of us that don't agree with world government are like eating feces, so it's okay to turn that around against him. He's not a Catholic, by the way, folks, so I'm not attacking Catholics. Let's go to Stephen in Georgia. Line of the sand, COVID vaccine on kids. I agree. That's my line of the sand, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Just watch this phone call real quick.
And people in general have a natural instinct to want to take care of the children, which is the future of humanity. Well, whether you're a parent or you're just a good person.
God damn. Down
the problem
today.
is most of these kids probably already had COVID, and we know that if they get the shot, it's going to be some adverse reactions. Nothing's better than a natural immunity, because we need to take care of them, and that's, the parents, it's like, all these colleges, you're going to have to take the vaccine anyway to get into your favorite college, or, it's summertime, and now if you want to go around without your mask on, work a summer job, go to summer camp, just take the shot. Maybe you'll get sick, but you got time to, shake it off, and then.
I hear you, and I appreciate your call, Stephen. Great point. Let's put that headline back on screen for TV viewers. I'll read it for radio listeners. But major publications say, that's NBC News, science proves kids are bad for Earth.
What the fuck?
The amazingness of that statement. Morality suggests we stop having them. We need to stop.
What the hell?
Kids don't have environmental and
this is
ethical
NBC
consequences.
saying this shit.
So now they're being quite obvious why you're taking the vaccine. Quite
Wow.
obvious how they want to kill us. It's the earth, and the globalists are the earth. They have value. You need to die.
Look at this shit.
This is Insider. I want to have kids, but I worry about the impact on climate change. How can I move forward guilt-free?
This is
Well,
crazy.
get on board with the globalists and kill a bunch of other people politically, and then you can have children. It's total suicide.
Wow.
Out in the open.
That's new.
Then you wonder why they're putting poison in the vaccines. Because you're not essential. They are. All right. Let's go ahead and talk to Nikki
This is the
in
Guardian.
Ohio. Nikki, thanks for holding. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me on, Alex. I am so excited to talk to you. But
All right, let me make sure y'all still with me here. Let me make sure y'all still with me here. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Hold on, what's going on with the deleted messages, man? What's going on? Hold on here, man. Sorry, you guys. What the hell is this? Hey, LK Raw, what's going on, man? This guy, is he timing out people? Anybody in the chat room who can speak up, let me know. Let me do something real quick, man. Me, Kenny D too. Where's Kenny D at? All right, Kenny D, I'm gonna make you a moderator. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Did somebody else make a comment in the chat room? I just want to make sure the shit is working right before I get what's his name. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, okay, Rob. I was just wondering what, because it looked like you were like timing people out, like they said something bad. But I'm looking at the thing. They ain't saying nothing. They ain't really saying. They ain't saying anything. Let me see here. Jason said he'd been selling that stuff for decades. Yeah, William Williams, I'm still here, bro. I'm still here. Like I said, I told you guys I'm going to wrap up the show with you guys here. We got only 1 more hour of trading. You know, looks like it's going to be a red day for me. It looks like it's going to be a red day for me, but I mean, it is what it is. So we over here just watching some conspiracy theory together as the market does absolutely nothing. Does absolutely nothing today. So we just enjoying a little Alex Jones. My bad to the people who got the 300-second strike. Y'all be up in just a moment here. So now you're cool, LK Rod. You're cool, man. I don't, you know, shit happens. Shit happens. All right, let's go ahead and get back on to some conspiracy theory. Because I mean, as long as you guys enjoy it, I don't mind having us. Okay, I think he's on the ad now. Okay, yeah, he's on the ad for now. So we'll get back with it. But let me see here.
message they want through these
never
bandwidths
mind.
that they're putting out there.
And remember the goal that came out from insiders at Facebook: make you depressed, make you alone, make you controlled. And the more you have devices, the more mentally ill you are. It's definitely all a beta test of this. 5G, all of it's behavioral. That's in the mainline science. And we now know that that some of these vaccines, they're called vaccines, they're not, are growing electromagnetic prions, magnetic magnetoproteins in your body.
Okay, yeah, he's going that commercial.
I'm in a very good, positive mood because despite all the horrible things the globalists have done in the last 16 months with their COVID takeover operation, humanity is really responding and waking up. We are seeing amazing things happen to their entire agenda. And in places like Texas, the governor's finally woken up and is saying $1,000 fines for any business that tries to make people coming in it wear masks, because masks don't work. It's all a fraud. COVID's been completely overblown. Fauci has had to come out in late May and say, hey, it may have come out of the lab. It may have come out of Wuhan.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier in the show.
He was the one funding the COVID research. So the fact that he's having to admit that shows he knows that it's all going to come out. And so he's doing damage control. If we expose how they purposely released this to create global fear and have launched their Great Reset, they're not just going to not be able to launch another lockdown in the near future. They're going to go to prison. We need Nuremberg too. And a lot of other exciting, positive things have been happening as well. One of the big ones is the fact that despite the COVID lockdowns, the attack on the supply chain, and huge supplement shortages that are all over the news for the vital vitamins and minerals and other cofactors getting to market because of the shutdown, we have been able to get DNA Force Plus that's been sold out for more than 7 months.
Oh, man, that was a slick commercial. He got me. I thought he was going to go into some shit. All right, we'll be back with the ad, man. Yeah, appreciate you guys for hitting the like button. Appreciate you guys hitting the like button. Oh, appreciate you guys hitting the like button, man. We're over here just watching this market continue to rip me a new one. I'm just playing actually even not even that bad. But yeah, I gave you guys you and Major Mosby and all that. You guys got little anchors now, so that shouldn't be an issue again. But I appreciate you guys for sticking around with that. Yeah, man. I appreciate you guys sticking around with that. After the show, I got some studying to do. Right now, I'm working on getting my own little thing. So I got a little high school, a little middle school that's out for the year, and you know these middle schools they got these nice little tracks, kind of like a little football field, and they got a little track. So I go out and run the track, and somebody taught me that you can, instead of doing these like hour and a half walks that I used to do, if you do like 20, 25 sprints, you will actually expend more energy, more calories doing sprints than you would, just jogging. So I'll go out to the track and I'll just like sprint my ass off. And I do get tired. I get way more tired than I did when I would just do these long, walking around the little track like 10, 12 times. But just try to sprint as fast as you can. And sprinting, and you can Google this, it's not me just saying this, like sprinting, you will lose weight sprinting, and it's very good for burning fat. Very good for burning fat.
The ultimate fish oil, knockout, all your products, like really great. I know you're in a black pill mood right now. It seems like, but being awake kept me going, and I just want to give a little white pill to you, just from me to you. I've had a son recently. We gave birth to a son about a month ago, and mate, he's just an angel, man. And it just gives me hope to keep going. There's God is working in mysterious ways.
It's really beautiful and magic, absolutely. So did something chemical or spiritual happen when you had that first child?
Yeah, it is, man. And I've been on this awakening. I started off with like tinfoil hat with Sam Tripoli, your old friend, and it's just things just keep going in a certain direction, and I got into you guys, and Owen's just absolutely awesome, and it's just awesome, man. And the reason I called up is that I want to talk about what's going on in the UK, man, because it's just crazy over here.
Tell us what's happening.
Mate, there's this show called Good Morning Britain, and it's basically like, I don't want to get into it, like where I work and what I do, but I see through the houses in the early mornings, TVs on, and they're all watching this propaganda. And recently,
And this
it came
caller
out
sucks.
that they were talking about.
What is he talking about?
Well, your old friend Piers Morgan, like you've had a bit of a run-in with him.
He's a troll.
So, but he got fired from there for like going against the woke brigade. So it's kind of crazy. But anyway, so he's not on there anymore. So they had this thing on the other day where they said that well, I've got to just find it. Oh yeah, unfriends the unvaccinated. So it was basically like they said, oh, if you.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can't stand this motherfucker on the phone right now. This guy's just boring the shit out of me. God damn. Just get to the goddamn point. That's when you know the host is doing something. When they let somebody just ramble, 9 times out of 10, because he's getting some stuff for later on in the show, and you just letting him talk to pass the time while he gets staff to help him out on something. That's typical what's going on. They said in 50 years, Africa is supposed to comprise of a third of the planet's population. Here's the thing, though, Major, is that they're not gonna let them get to that point. I mean, you see what they're doing. They're working overdrive to get the population in Africa down, right? They're working. I mean, they were mad. If you remember, at the beginning of COVID, they thought that COVID was going to take like millions of people in Africa lives. There's an article, they were projecting like 3 million deaths in Africa. Let me see here. COVID deaths in Africa, 3 million. They were projecting millions of deaths, you know? They were projecting millions upon millions upon millions of deaths in Africa, and it didn't happen. And they were mad about that. They were actually mad about that, which is why they're so excited about all the deaths going on right now in India. You know, that's why they're so excited about all these people who are dying right now in India, and they're not doing anything about it. If you remember correctly, they were actually denying they were denying Indians the vaccine. You know, they were denying Indians the vaccine. Here we go. Here's one of the articles right here. Just found one. Let me go ahead. All right, this is NPR.org, National Public Radio. UN agency fears vulnerable Africa may suffer at least 300,000 COVID deaths. Never happened. This is last year, April. It never happened. They've been disappointed ever since, wondering why is it that these Africans aren't getting COVID at the level that they expected. One, because Africans are so skinny, and we are starting to learn that the virus kind of lives in your fat cells. It actually, you know, attaches to fat cells and uses fat cells to kind of drive itself through your body. Again, I'm not a doctor, but there's a lot of articles on that about obesity and the virus, as someone mentioned in the comments. So these people not being as nutritious or as, as fat as the people in the West and some of these other countries, they have not suffered as great of an extent as many other people. And because of the heat, and there are many other reasons, the condensation of many of their more moist uh, weather, you know, whereas in America you might have a drier climate in certain areas where air kind of lingers, whereas in Africa you see that condensation comes straight to the ground when you speak or spit. So it's a lot of things going on, man. It's a lot of things going on. And they were so mad about that, man. They are real mad about the fact that a lot of these Africans are not dead yet. But
To be living in a modern bioweapon attack with world government run by Satanist pedophiles all out in the open, and Blue's Clues has like pedophile flags on it now, and I've got all these articles just announcing hell on earth, and there's mainline headlines everywhere. Children are bad, humans are bad, get rid of people. They're not mincing words. They're launching their full program, their full attack now, and then it's so sad that it's not easy to beat it. We should all just reject this out of hand. But we're falling. We have to go through the fire first, Josh. Thanks for calling, brother. All right, up next here, we're going to the order they're received. Let's go to a call in Canada. Let's talk to Bob in Canada, still under New World Order lockdown. Bob, welcome.
Oh, I'm in New World Order ALL, and it's tough up here in COVID land because everyone wants to get the shot. Everyone's pressuring everyone to get the shot. I know someone in a local car dealership who died a week after getting the shot. And they're saying, well, he was working in a car with mouse droppings. Yeah, that's a hell of a coincidence.
And it's all done psychologically to see, okay, they let us brain damage a third of their boys. Let's just hit everybody with a weapon and see if they go along with it. It's because imagine, this is a test. Can you imagine if people go along with this, what the next attack's going to be like?
Oh, don't get me started.
all right, so he's kind of going on this little thing. So I just want to come back with you guys and we'll keep listening to this call in just a moment. I just want to catch up with the chat room real quick. Just make sure you guys are still here. I don't want to feel like I'm ignoring you guys or anything like that. Hopefully you're still, listening and enjoying the program as we entertain the last 49 minutes or so of the day and of this real kind of like boring trading day, which has been a very boring week entirely. Jane Elliott said herself, the white elite are terrified right now. Well, yeah, that's kind of what they want us to do. You know, that whole Gangs of New York thing. I don't know if you've ever watched Gangs of New York, but in Gangs of New York, you had, even, white Americans would literally end up becoming white Americans, but at the time divided. You had the, Polish, and you had the, I mean, that's kind of what they want us to do. They just kind of want us to fight and kill each other to death. And what's left over is ruled by a small international banking elite. And and I don't say that to say that we should all come together and no, because I mean, you know, no, we have real grievances that need to be made whole, but that's kind of their plan, is that we just kind of wither and die and cull the population, and we can be controlled much more easily because it's very hard to control. What we have, 6 billion people left or whatever it is now. I mean, it's hard to control 10 billion people, but if they can find some kind of genetic weapon to accidentally kill 3.5 billion of us, then they've got a better chance of being able to, again, having us all eat powder, having us all just kind of live these like brainless minds that we just, serve them and their needs, where we have to start getting tickets, applying for baby licenses. I mean, the real deal. I mean, that's really what they want. They want us. In fact, that's why I was so mad I couldn't find any printer paper because I really want to talk about some of these other articles that he doesn't hit on, but where you're gonna have to take get a baby license in order to have a baby. You know, you don't get to nut in any female you want. You got to get permission from Mr. Charlie to nut. You don't get to nut. Who do you think you are? I tell you when to hit it from the back. You know what I mean? That's where we getting to, man. Y'all think it's a joke, man. Y'all keep playing, man. Nobody tell you got the right to nut. Yeah, y'all gonna be marching for that in a minute. Watch. God willing, I'll be long gone by then, but long gone out of this damn country. I ain't got time for that. But if they're gonna start it anywhere, it's gonna start here first. It's gonna start here first. You got no right to nut, bro. You know? They say I had to accidentally kill all of us. Yeah, it's the real deal.
We have the traditions. We have the oral teachings. The worship, everything. Like everything is centered around us, especially as well. Like it's not like we even have to prove anything. I feel like it's.
Well, listen, I believe in Jesus, and Jesus said you judge a tree by its fruits. All I know is I see the Orthodox Church all over saying the mark of the beast is here, say no to the microchip, say no to the vaccine, and then I see the other religions, Christian faiths, saying take the injection. So, are there any Orthodox leaders though saying take the vaccine?
My priest said like take it this is like really back early. He said to like take it if you wanted to, but he did say that like okay, the virus exists and this vaccine is here, vaccines work, but he didn't. I'm sure he didn't know that this was like an mRNA vaccine that's designed to kill you and everything like that. I'm sure he didn't know. If he would have known, he probably wouldn't have told anybody.
Sure, a lot of churches are preaching it as God's healing power, and the new communion is taking the Chi-Com Gates devil injection. And so it's just crazy. Joey, thank you so much. More calls straight ahead. Gay frog jokes are always worth a good laugh, and I've certainly played along with the mainstream media's attacks on myself and others that have tried to expose the fact that deadly chemicals have been specifically allowed in to the water and food supply to lower our fertility, to dumb us down, and to make us more manageable. And that's just a fact. And the New World Order is on record setting this up. It is a scientific dictatorship. But now it's more important than ever to realize that InfoWars has had so many successes in taking a story that nobody else was covering and pushing it to the forefront where it gets the attention it deserves. Here's a great example just recently. We were amongst the first a year and a half ago to expose the fact that COVID-19 was purposely released out of the Wuhan lab and that it was a manufactured virus. Now that's mainstream news. So it is you, the incredible audience of this radio/TV program, that is changing the world. You're the reason these important reports that the system is scared of actually get out. So now, if we simply have a movement like the left had of Free Tibet for so long, it can have a massive effect. But instead of Free Tibet, which I also support, we should also have Save the Frogs. Frogs are a living mascot, an example of how we're all in peril and how these chemicals are giving us cancer, they're sterilizing us, they're lowering our fertility, and they are also confusing our sexuality. And that's just a fact. And the globalists are bombarding us with these chemicals while promoting sexual lifestyles that also reduce population. This is all being done from a scientific level of reducing human numbers. It's not because the scientists like gay people. And this isn't a judgment on people's, quote, sexual preferences. This is about chemical warfare that is destroying frog populations, fish populations, bird populations, and in every Western country, plunging our populations as well. This is scientific
When he said
fact. This
Western,
is
he meant
reality.
white.
That's why we've launched the Save the Frogs initiative.
He was slick
We're
with that
building
one.
a website with reports and articles and many of the
That was
mainline
slick.
documents and peer-reviewed studies so people can go there and see the facts for themselves. We have dozens of reports we've cut with top scientists and others that are already posted to band.video. And your ongoing support of InfoWars allows us to continue this important work that if we're able to expose it, will stop the globalists and their agenda of depopulation dead in its tracks. So again, we have 3 different colors. They're for men and women. We have black, green, and cream. Save the Frog shirts at InfoWarsStore.com for $17.76.
That's a real interesting little thing he's doing there,
spread the word,
where,
and they fund the
you know, again, he's talking about these frogs that are basically out here humping each other. He's talking about these frogs that are basically out here humping each other. And because they are attempting to have sex with each other, they're not procreating with the female frogs. And I'm not going to go into what it means for us as human beings, but you got to give it to him. Some of the stuff he's talking about is right, but again, you know, if you read the ISIS papers, uh, our sister, oh man, her name doesn't come to my head right now, but if you read the ISIS paper, they talk about again that fear of genetic annihilation, and he plays into a part. So that's why when Major Mosby says he's into W supremacy, I mean, that's why you got to really see through the language. You got to see through the language because he knows who he really wants to save, right? And that's why it's a lot of this information. I really want to bring it out to our audience in particular because we get a lot of the stuff first. We get a lot of the stuff first. Particularly when you talk about some of the chemical castration that's going on, in particular when we talk about food. Uh, and you go into some of these neighborhoods that are in food deserts, and a lot of this manufactured and chemically laden food that's in these dollar stores that, these women who have very little resources and can't buy fresh fruits and vegetables, they go to the dollar store, get dollar store cereal, dollar store drinks, dollar store juice. And, I mentioned how, you go to some of these inner city schools, man, and you see, dudes 14 years old, 5'10", 220. This kid is 14 years old, man. 6'1", 260. You know, and we're not talking about somebody who was working out or something like that. No, like his mama's broke, working 2 jobs or whatever. He just been on that steroid food since, he got off his mom's titty, you know. And I don't want to hear nothing about the Willie Lynch and breed. No, I mean you know, some of these kids is just that food, man, that chemical laden food, you know. Shahrazad, no, not Shahrazad Ali. Let me pull her name. I forgot because it's gonna bother me. Uh, the ISIS papers. Who was that by? Uh, Francis Quest Welsing. There you go, Francis Quest Welsing. And you can read the whole book for free on Google. It's up on there on Google for free. XRP still looking good, hanging around $1. Can't close. Yeah. I don't know, but what do you think about them bringing the fact that they said XRP is basically a stock? They had the SEC come out and say XRP is not a cryptocurrency. Did you see that article? I would look into that if I were you. Thank you, MS. Yes, I did look that up. I appreciate you. Yeah, Mosby said this guy sounds pretty sane to you. He's speaking truth. But you see, he's not coming to our community about it. So it's important for us to bring it to our community, man, because we got a lot of people who are not on the mental level. It's just not enough to be woke on racism. Okay, yeah, but racism is not just you going to a interview and they ain't giving you the job or something like this. It's deeper than a lot of that, you know. Let's see what he's talking about now. Is he back on?
Being hit. And they even admit they're hitting us. And now Italian scientists have confirmed the injection sites are magnetic. And then, oh my God, people type in vaccines magnetic, and it's everything they're obsessed with. It's the attack.
God damn. Somebody who got the injection, do that magnet test for me and let me know.
This is the main assault, folks. It's begun. And so the good news is, yeah, at least people are circling Fauci and Gates. And at least people are figuring out that they release the trigger to then what comes as the real attack, the injection. Now you see how stupid a race war is when we're all under attack, how dumb it is. Let's go to the next caller. Andy in Washington. Thanks for holding. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Alex, thank you for letting me on your show. And
yes, sir.
I just want to tell you, man, look into the camera, because from me to you, never give up, because I'm not giving up. I have been called, and I can't explain to you what has happened, but I'll give you this information.
There's a giant awakening when humanity's under this level of attack. A sixth sense transmission goes out through all of us to do something, and it activates you. The sleeper is awoken. Listen, I'm the opposite of giving up. It's not that. I physically want to go do stuff. You understand? With me, it's the opposite of giving up. I'm so pissed I can barely do a show. And I'm so pissed at all the white people and black people and everybody else fighting with each other over what color we are while the New World Order's taking over and killing us.
Absolutely. And we can never back down. We are tired. We need to band together. And here, I will give you my information so we can get it out there. So I found a Humanity 2.0. It's all over YouTube, all over Rumble. And what it is, it's a broad spectrum gathering of luminaries and stakeholders at the Vatican.
See, he's talking a lot of full of shit.
Implements into the human flourishing.
A lot of bullshit when he goes to that, because y'all got all the guns. Hand a brother a pistol if you really about that life.
On TV,
you know, some of these dudes got 20, 30 guns in their house. Hand a brother a pistol if you really about that life.
Private Catholic school. I've always had confliction with religion all my life. I will take on the Vatican Church because this is pure evil. These people they're all combined together with Gates, with...
Oh, exactly. We don't blame Catholics. Right. We don't blame Muslims, any of this. It's evil's taking over all these major power organizations. And it's making its move right now.
Right. And it's just upsetting to find out what's going on. But, so... You know, we all need to chew some bubble gum and kick some ass.
No, I agree. Look, the Bible tells us they've made a deal with a fallen creature, not of this world, to enslave us. And God's going to come in if we do the right thing and stay faithful and kick their ass in the end. But we've got to be faithful to the end. God bless you. Andy, I love you. Call me back. I'm going to take even more calls tomorrow, probably the whole show. And then, like I said, I'm going to be broadcasting Saturday and Sunday. It's all coming up. I got to get to as many people as possible here. Kate in New Jersey. Go ahead.
You mentioned the cloning of meat, and I have seen that there are celebrities that clone themselves and sell the meat. So there is a company that does that.
Yes, it's a form of cannibalism. It's all satanic rituals, yes.
Yeah, so I called about this documentary that's on Amazon Prime. So it's called Confessions of a Man from 3036. He's a time traveler, apparently, but... So he was actually found murdered. They couldn't ID him because his DNA didn't resonate with anything across the whole world. Like, it was like not DNA that like from time basically.
Confessions
So
of a Man
anyway,
from
when they found the
3036.
body,
Okay,
his
I
left
gotta
hand was missing because
watch
he
that when
actually
I
had
have
a
some
chip in his
time.
hand.
There it is.
So I don't know if it's that a time traveler like got away and the government's trying to cover it up, but the news did run stories on it, and then they buried it really quick.
666
So
reviews, huh?
just a quick overview of what the documentary is about. He said that we are free. We are as free as we ever will be right now.
They
In
be
history,
putting some
we
real shit
learned,
and some bullshit in
obviously
these
this is the year
movies,
3036,
but
that this is called the
there's I'm
idiot
sure
era.
something to take away
So
from it.
in the future, they refer to us as the idiot era. There's no more parents, so that's actually what's going on with them trying to get mother, father away from those terms. Actually, IT robots raise the babies, raise kids. So there's no such thing as like the parental relationship. They live in pods and they can't breathe air. So he had a mask on. I don't remember if it was the time of COVID or if it was prior to COVID.
Sure, that's a supposed kind of mockumentary deal. I get it. That's the projection. It's Brave New World's their real plan. Thank you for the call. Okay. I want to get to all these other callers. Get their name and number, and it's up to you, John. Don't let me forget. I will call them first. We'll take calls the first hour tomorrow. I'll go directly to all these callers.
All right.
Your investment in InfoWars. Your investment of time.
That's some pretty good stuff, man. She's been a little off ever since. Yeah, I'd love to see somebody put that magnifier or magnetic little thing trick to see if that really works on them. That's crazy. He said the magnet did not stick to your skin. Okay. It's good to know. That's good to know. That shit was weird. We caught that at the tail end, but they didn't mention which one he got. But that was some weird ass shit. That was some weird ass shit. Yeah, we watching a little Alex Jones, man, passing the time here. He just closed out for the day. 30 minutes left in the market. I'm down. I'm fluctuating negative 100 to negative 3. Market didn't do much in at all today, so I figure I'll probably end up closing by midnight around, down 100 for the day as these futures options adjust. What do I think about TPTY? TPTW, excuse me. Let's take a look. Well, the short term, when I say short term, one of the very smallest time frames going all the way down to an hour looked good. But as you can see here, the stock has been, really lost a lot of momentum since going back to February the 16th. So, if it starts something, let it prove itself to you by getting over that 60 RSI on this daily time frame. Probably is even worse if you look at a 3-day. Yeah, there it is. It's even worse. So it's working its way out of a very depressed level. And the time to accumulate is really when you're at that sub 30 RSI level on these higher time frames. If you believe in a company, right? If you believe in a company, you go in at that sub RSI, sub 30 RSI level on those higher time frames. If you really believe a recovery is imminent. And but now, if you're approaching the stock for the first time, you wait till the market, crosses over the 60 RSI on the daily, and hopefully it sticks above that. And what happens is it starts to do that similar thing on every time frame higher. So it's 60 RSI working its way from a lower time frame all the way up to the higher time frames, and it works its way exactly the same way in the opposite, where if a stock starts to go, the wrong way, it'll start breaking 60 on the time frame like the hourly, then it'll break it below on the daily, break it on the 3-day, break it on the weekly, and then eventually on the monthly it breaks below that as well too. So, you see a possible recovery happening here. So it looks good. Yeah, Gaston, I looked into that yesterday. So what I gotta open up is basically a newsletter. It's basically gotta be a monthly newsletter where, and again, for me, it's going to be every 60 days, 65 days, uh, where, it's maybe 20 bucks and then, I'm showing you guys levels of things because I haven't lost yet. Not lost a trade since March of 2020 on my long-term my 90-day iron condors. Not one, not one. You know, uh, anybody who's taken my course and you followed through, you have not lost a trade. You have not lost a trade at all. If you've used those SPX, whether it be the 90, the 60, and some even the 45-day trades, you have not lost a trade. Now you did have some crazy 10% move back in November of 2020 due to the election. But that was again, a lot of people like to kind of do the call side be just 10%. You really want to kind of be a little bit further than that. Particularly if you're going 90 days out, you really kind of want to be a little bit more than that. But uh, that is typically a winning trade 99 times out of 100. But obviously the election is a different catalyst for the market. But yeah, I got to put that together. I got to put that together to answer your question, Gaston. I got to put that together because some people do want to be on this journey with me. Because again, if you do the math is very clear. You could start with 2,500 bucks, saving 200. You know, you do these trades that I do where you're netting anywhere between 10 to 15% over the course of 15 to 20 years, 25 years. You're a millionaire. You're going to be a millionaire. You know. Of course, I wish it happens to everybody sooner. Hope you something happens and you come up with a new product or you come up into some money and you can start financing real estate properties or something like that, and now you a millionaire a different kind of way. But if you've got a regular 9 to 5 job or you just got some hustle that you're doing that making money but not necessarily putting you into the 7-figure club, then there's something you can do in association to your 9 to 5 job where you can have money working for you, while you work for money. Because let me tell you something, man. If it worked for the boomers, it'll work for you. Work for generations of Americans before you. You know. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what my course is for. I don't really want to go into that here. That's why I have a trading course that shows you my strategy all out. That's kind of why I have that there, and nothing is going to change in terms of like how that's done. That's been done the same way, since the 1960s when options were created. Literally the same way. These boys have been doing it the same way since the 1960s. You know, Institutions taking these positions on these stocks and these indexes and just kind of letting them lose value over time. I can show you uh, maybe the option decline. We can talk about this in the last couple minutes here of the trading day. And again, I appreciate all of you guys for joining me today. Appreciate all you guys for joining me today as the market continues to kind of disappoint people who are trading the market directionally. I know they are very, very disappointed in the behavior of the market. And I know even though I'm down today, I'm going to show you guys as the days and weeks go on and we have this show, you're going to be amazed at what is going to happen to my P&L, particularly if we start to continue to stay at these levels. You're going to be seeing like, God damn, Sal, like how How are you up $400 today and nothing's happening? How are you up $600 today and nothing's happening? Well, it's because these options that I've taken are losing theta as we go lower and lower into expiration, or days to expiration go lower and lower. So basically this is how options decay, okay? And options really don't start to lose value until about 120 days, right? Now I wouldn't go out too far to 120 days just because, at that point, man, it's hard. I mean, it's just unless you got, institutional level capital, right? You're putting in, a couple hundred, $250,000 in a position, and you want to go out 20%, then fine, then that'd be reasonable to do. But you want to see some kind of decay daily happening in your trade. So 90 days is now what I would consider the premium, just because prior to COVID, we weren't seeing the kind of 4% monthly moves that we're seeing now. Because right now the market is moving at about a 4% clip every single month. So 45 days doesn't work anymore, or it doesn't, it does work, but now you're in the red a little bit more than you really would want to be in. So 90 days is just now a little bit more comfortable. So as days to expiration get to zero, right, as you see there in the bottom, as you move from left to right, the value of the option up and down, there's option value, loses value over time. So we want to sell an option at 90 days and then sell it back into the market at around, 60 to 65 days, right? 60 to 65 days, and then go ahead and put on another iron condor. So we never, ever, ever, really experience any significant loss because we're just taking in, free money, free money. We're just taking in free money. And yes, can you hold on longer? Absolutely. You can hold on longer. And when I say 60 to 65 days, I mean that's 90 minus the 60, okay? I don't want anyone to get lost on that. That's 90 minus the 60. So if I'm talking at 65 days, that means at 30 to, 30 to 45 days, then I'm closing that trade. So what would have been the beginning is actually now the end for me. All right? So, when I say, 60 to 65, I mean take 90 days minus 60 or minus 65. And whatever that, that's where we're closing the trade. That's when we're closing the trade, because at that point, now it's not necessarily worth it for you to continue to hold on to the trade, right? Because, for example, in the trade that I'm on in now, it's a $47,000 trade. That's, if I were to hold till expiration, would net me $7,500. Okay, how worth it is it for me to hold to expiration to make the 7,500 if I've already earned 4,300 of that? Is it worth $47,000 to wait on another 3,500? No, it's not worth that much. The initial risk, right? The initial risk is worth it if the first 50% is acquired at a probability of, 99.999%. That makes it worth it. But the max gain, or the gain to expiration, which is the 7,500, may be at 77.7%, right? Now that's not necessarily worth it for me to hold to get the whole 7,500. So just get the 43, or whatever it is, depending on the size of your trade, and then close the position and go into another trade. All right. Absolutely. Plus the trade can go against you, right? If you get to 15 days left, right? You just got 15 days left. You should really, I mean, at that point, if you've been holding for 90 and it's got 15 days left, you're basically waiting for $500. If you have more than 40K on the trade, I mean, it's not even worth it to hold for the 2 weeks because you could lose. The market could open up 3% down, and now you're, you know, what would have been easy 7 grand. Now you're back down to three. All right, because the market is projecting it in a different kind of way or something like, you never know. You just never know. So it's not worth it. So all we're doing is basically scraping at the edges and building our account, just scraping off and enjoying that time value as it loses. You know? Absolutely. You say you like the old videos when I was in a small apartment with the do-rag? Yeah, that was my studio apartment, man, struggling trying to, get this money out these white folks, man, with promoting penny stocks. And I've told the story all, for a long time. Again, after I left John Thomas Financial and New York City was a failure, I had made some contacts out there in the penny stock world. I got back home to Michigan. I literally only had like $2,600 in my name. I got a studio apartment, 450 a month, all utilities included. And I emailed this man out of Chicago that I had got put in touch with, and he basically told me that, if you can create some kind of platform on the internet where you can like get people to buy penny stocks, I will pay you money to get these stocks out there. So that's how I created, at the time it was called um, Happy Penny Stocks. There we go, happypennystocks.com. And you can still find remnants of it out there. But it was called happypennystocks.com. And, you know, uh, we over $20 million of capital, over $20 million uh, that I raised or moved using YouTube, using just YouTube, making these little goofy YouTube videos. Horrible. I mean, I go back to some of these videos and it's horrible, but these white folks were spending, man. And these white folks were spending. Only mistake that I made, I'm glad I actually didn't make, was the fact that I didn't put my own money into the trades, because that would technically, I would be in prison. I would have been in prison by now. I'd probably be in prison like some of these other dudes because they put their money into the trades. The fact that I was just making videos, I was, you know, not even knowing legal rights, right? I'm just not even knowing, is I was being protected by the First Amendment. So I can just go on, hey guys, buy. You need to buy the stock. Hey, everybody, the next ticker is so and so and so. Everybody buy the ticket. But for me, it was just, I had this white man out of Chicago who was sending me, 4,500, 5,500 every week he give me a ticker. I make a video about the ticker. It generate 1.5, 2.5, and I didn't give a damn. I was just thinking about this 4,500, this 5,500 that was about to come on Friday because I did a good job. Looking back, I should have asked for way more, way, way, way more. I was raising so much money for these people. They were clearing out, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars easily. They were clearing out that kind of money using my platform. But I didn't know what I was doing. I was just, man, again, I just got back from New York. I saved a little over 15,000 going to go out there. All the money was gone. I just needed to re-up on anything. These jobs weren't paying. These jobs weren't paying. As I mentioned, I went out to labor ready. I thought I could make it in construction. Man, I ain't built like that. I ain't built like that. So, You know, shit, I had to do something. I had a mouthpiece. You know, I was able to talk in a way that, you know, white people will listen to me, you know, for the most part. And they was fucking with it because at the end of the day, them tickers was running. You know, them tickers were running. Okay? They can say what they want about what I was doing, but them tickers were running. They were people who were making money getting into those plays. And you know, but eventually what happens is, you know, you burn your list, you know, because the list gets tired and they've expended money uh, and then of course there was, as I mentioned, this movie that came out with what's his name, The Wolf of Wall Street, and that put a dent into what I was doing because although it brought in a lot of new subscribers, it also brought in a lot of haters. A lot of people who were like, hey, they went and saw the movie, so now they want to shit on everybody who was promoting penny stocks, even though it's technically a legal thing. You stock promotion is real. You can, it's a real business. It is a real business you can pursue, you know, as an endeavor. It's just that, you know, now it's just not as lucrative as it was back then because you got a lot of people who just think they're all just bullshit companies, which a lot of them are. A lot of them are just bullshit companies, but you do have some legit mom and pops who are trying to get to the next level and will hire you to get their company out there to hopefully get it out and bring in more liquidity to the stock, you know. Yeah, to me, I'm good, man. I'm in so much of a better place, so much in a better place. You know, it's been an incredible 10 years, really an incredible 10 years, incredible. But now I'm thinking about, okay, what does the next, you know, 30 years of my life look like? And I want it to be, you know, where it's like, okay, now we're just like accumulating capital and we've got these lines of businesses that we're creating to bring capital in. You know, again, as I mentioned earlier in the show, where I'm upskilling myself into some new things where I can have some new abilities to be able to go out there and get capital in a different kind of way, you know, because again, we're just moving into a skill-based world where, you know, you got to have some kind of real high-paying ability on deck and ready to make money for you, you know, the medical field, the IT field, you know, some type of creative thing, right? Whether you be an artist or graphic design, you gotta, you know, video editing. I mean, you need to be kind of in those things now, you know, in addition to, you know, small, maybe you're running your small business, particularly if your small business is not 100%, you know, self-running, right, or self-driving, then you also need to be doing something else to kind of facilitate and bringing in capital and stuff like that to kind of continue to feed the dream, feed the dream, feed the dream until it can walk on its own. Do you think you would do well hawking a product now, say towels, like selling towels on a beach? I mean, if I have to get back into that mode of selling, yeah, I'm gonna sell my ass off, man. You know, it better be a big ass beach. You know, it better be a big ass beach. It better have a lot of old white folks with money on it. The towels better be good quality. You know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah, you know, it better be a poor country because I don't know how you're gonna, you know, make a living selling towels. You gonna have to sell a lot of damn towels unless again it's a poor country and you got some damn good towels. Okay? Shit. Yeah. P Hungry said he felt those videos when you was hungry. Yeah, because I was literally hungry. You know, you like those videos because I was literally hungry. A nigga was literally hungry making those videos. You know, because I wasn't trying to call my old man because my old man would tell me why you ain't in school. You know, go get another a master's, go get a PhD. My old man is all about going in being in that company. You know what I'm saying? That's what my old man is about, and it's cool that worked for him. But he doesn't understand that the time is now is a very different time now. You could be a brother who has it all together in terms of your education. These niggas still not gonna hire you. And if they do hire you, they're not gonna pay you what you're worth. They're not gonna pay you what you're worth. You know. So uh, with really the only way to really to kind of go around that is if you can find yourself and skill yourself to a point where you're not taking on any kind of debt or and being able to work it that way. But to go through his method, I'd be looking at another 160, 100,000, 100,000 plus of debt. It'd be a trap. It'd just be a trap because they're not going to pay you enough. You'll just be in debt servitude for the rest of your life. Just to end up being one of those brothers who goes to work with a tie on. I mean, I know a lot of brothers who go to work with a tie on and don't make no money. Don't make no money. You got brothers out here who clip hair and make more money than a brother who goes and gets dry cleaning done to go to work. You know, so there's got to be a large adjustment that has to come to, a lot of these old heads in particular, and I say that respectfully, about how, we got to go out there and make money. Is different. The world is different. You got to get yourself a new hustle, a new way of doing things. But if you're depending on these companies, I guess, and again, unless you got a high paying skill that you're doing for the company, they gonna find a way to get rid of you. They're gonna find a way to get rid of you, or they're gonna underpay you. They're gonna find a way to get rid of you, or they're gonna underpay you. You know, in due time. In due time. Mm-mm-mm. But like I was telling people earlier, and that's why I'm, doing some IT stuff now. So as soon as this, as soon as we're over here in the next 5 minutes, uh, you know, popping up the videos, get to the study, and I got my notebook full of notes that I'm taking so I can knock this certification out, get this CCNA, and move on to the CCNP. Then I'm gonna go ahead and start learning about some Amazon stuff and some IBM stuff. So I got a little goal list of a bunch of certifications that I want to do before the end of the year. And within 24 months, I want to be the type of brother who, I'm not even going to take a contract unless it's minimum $75 an hour. Minimum. If it's not at least 75, I don't even want to take it. And then by the time I get 5 years of experience, don't even talk to me unless it's, we less than 200, you know, particularly with the kind of effort I know I'm going to put in into learning the subject matter, so that way now we can do these little contracts, whether it be 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and we can walk away from some of these contracts, 15, 20, 25 racks and put it into, the market, or taking care of other things, taking care of my daughter, taking care of, other people that I love. But more importantly, we're not out here slaving around. That's what I don't want to do. I'm not into that slaving around stuff. We gotta, you know, continue to upskill, 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 because that's where all the money is being a premium skilled employee, because when you're an employee that has a lot of skills, you don't do job interviews. You have conversations. They come to you and have a conversation and be like, "Hey man, I think you'd be perfect for this role." You don't even interview for the job. They just, man, hey, we got a great role for you. That's the kind of conversation they have when you have, real skills. It's not like when you're a young person, you come into you getting coffee and you got to kind of go through the bullshit. No, 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 no. You know, as I mentioned earlier, you talk to some of these people who are coming out of Korea, coming out of India and Pakistan, where they live in these countries where they're going to school for $200 a semester, so they have opportune time to come to America with massive amounts of ability because they've had the ability to have, 5 or 6 years of pure dedicated study. Unlike the American, he can't just focus on studying. He's got to, you know, work. He's got to pay bills. He's got to, manage all kind of things that take his attention off of being, a well-heeled and well-studied student. That's why a lot of our people can't really come up, is because get an opportunity just to be able to study. They can't get an opportunity just to be able to study. And that's why when you see a brother who is, especially an older brother who's, coming out of a lot of, study time, more than likely he's been to prison. You see a brother who went to prison and did some real time and got sat down and focused on education. Okay, now he's up there and he's got a lot of regrets and whatnot, but he had to go to prison to get study time. And unfortunately for a lot of people, that's the reality. Because, you coming out of high school, unless your parents are relatively wealthy, then you don't get to sit around in a 4-year college to really learn. You got to go either go to school and work, or you don't get to go to school. You got to go out straight up and work. And then the workforce doesn't really support as much as they lie about, oh yeah, we're going to pay for you to go to college, but then your hours don't even allow you to be able to go to those classes, right? So they basically selling you on a benefit that you can't take advantage of, right? So, but again, we live in an incredible time thanks to online education, thanks to people who make courses. Now you don't have to, take a semester out of your life to be able to get some nitty-gritty information that can move you in a better direction. But we still got a lot of people who are being force-fed the traditional way of doing things. So as I mentioned yesterday, where I got my homegirl who went to Temple University, spent I thought that's spent a lot of money. She went to Temple University, got a degree in sociology, and she's working at the food stamp office for $17 an hour. $17 an hour, you know, because that's what we're doing to, a lot of our people, just pushing them into these programs because oh, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to be. No, you can go to some of these trade schools, get a nice trade that's going to get you in the 40, 50 club right out of school, 6 months, 8 months, 6 weeks on some, you know, or more. And, while you're working that job, you can do some online schooling or online course taking to be able to advance yourself in using certification because certification now is the new degree. For real, for real. You get some of these certificates, or apprenticeships. The colleges are dying. The colleges are dying. Gasson, I'm 33 now, bro. Colleges are dying. You know. So yeah, man. You always got to stay on top of the game, man, because the game is constantly changing, constantly changing. And it was a huge shift, particularly with my generation, a huge shift because I think, a lot of these people who graduated from high school, 04, 05, 06, really 04 to 08, 04 to 08, maybe even 04 to 2010. It's all about go to college, go to college, go to college, go to college. And I did it. I ain't gonna lie, I did it. But you a sucker to do it now. If you're not going to a medical field, if you're not going to a legal field, if you're not going to a field that specifically requires a college education in order to do the job, you a sucker for that. Unless you're going free. You got some kind of scholarship, you got some kind of, benefactor who's paying for everything. You a sucker to go in there now because with some of the interest rates I'm seeing they're giving college students now. When I was going, it was 4%, 3%. Now they're making these kids pay credit card interest rates on this college debt. It's ridiculous. And with that kind of interest rate, you are guaranteeing yourself a life of slavery, you know, paying these loans back. Well, all right, guys. The bell has rang, and we are where we are today. This is, unfortunately what it was, and I'm kind of basically, where I was in the morning. It was a little bit worse in the morning, when we were at the lows. I was at the 500, so at least I'm off the lows, but still, relatively red day. But again, we're still early into our spread. Expiration is still a very, long way away from me. So we'll continue to see. I think this is again a market that just doesn't have anything. There's just nothing there. We know it's going to be an impressive quarter, but we've already pulled so much ahead that nobody wants to be the sucker to buy up there, and that's the problem here. Okay. Well, I want to thank all of you guys for joining me and being a part of the stream. Same time, same place tomorrow to wrap up the week. Same time, same place tomorrow to wrap up the week. And we'll discuss whatever is going on. We'll watch a lot more Alex Jones. I see you guys actually kind of like some of his content, so that's cool. We'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow as we continue to watch the markets do their thing. All right. Again, appreciate you guys for joining me. Tomorrow is another trading day